Rays offense continued to sputter last night as they dropped their third consecutive game. Tonight, right-hander Alex Colomé goes to the hill, looking to right the ship and pick up his fourth victory of the season. The Rays and the Mariners next on Sun Sports. Despite the three-game losing streak here on this homestand, the Rays continue to hold on to first place in the American League East, although that lead is down to a half game. And tonight, they'll beat the Seattle Mariners. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Todd Callis, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Rays trying to find the winning side of the ledger, and Todd, to do that, they're going to have to find some offense. 3 runs in 3 games, 3 losses, and the guy who has produced all 3 runs, Logan Forsythe.
Yeah, Forsythe is just very consistent, kind of like his personality. Not too many high highs, not too many low lows. This guy just gets it done on a day-to-day basis, and he's getting a chance to play on a regular day-to-day basis for the first time in his career. Look at what he's done over the last month. .323 average, 12 extra base hits, 12 runs batted in. Oh, by the way, plays solid defense wherever you put him, mostly at second base. We've also seen him spell Longoria occasionally at third, and now with the injury to James Loney, Logan Forsythe getting a lot of time at first base. On the other side, Robinson Cano continues to hit well against the Rays at Tropicana Field. Look at these numbers for 83 games, basically half a major league season. 57 runs batted in, 35 hits, .324 average. He had been 0 for 12, but last night put together some solid at-bats, a couple of RBIs on a 2 for 4 night and hit the ball hard all 4 times.
So the Rays and the Mariners in the middle game of this series. Logan Forsythe hitting .299 with 21 runs batted in, and Robinson Cano off to a slow start, but showing signs of being more disciplined overall, now hitting .253. And the Rays saw some of the old Robinson Cano form in the game last night. Jake Elmore is back in town, and Rays skipper Kevin Cass said it's great to have him back from Durham, where he was riding that 10-game hitting streak, walk and a couple doubles in last night's return game. Rich Hollenberg looks into Elmore's return after this.
game of the 3-game series finds the Rays looking for win number 25. And one of the bright spots for the Rays' struggling offense over the last couple of games certainly been utility man, Mr. Do Everything, Jake Elmore. He has made a habit of collecting extra base hits. He had a pair of doubles last night versus Seattle. In 3 stints so far with the big club, he has done nothing but hit the cover off the ball to the tune of a .400 batting average. A look at our GMC big matchup shows you that Elmore's had 6 hits in 15 at bats so far. Now, what's more impressive about that is that out of those 6 hits, 4 of those have been extra base hits.
A role player like myself coming off the bench, there's never there's no room to say, oh, well, I haven't played in 5 days, 6 days. Sometimes that's just how it goes, and you have to be ready to play, and you prepare to play every day, and you cherish those opportunities. So thankfully it's going well so far.
Manager Kevin Cash loves his versatility in the field, and they're loving his stick at the plate. Elmore batting 6th, playing left field tonight. His 9th game overall with the Rays. Alex Colomé gets the start. He'll get the ball with first pitch just moments away. Dwayne Stats, Todd Callis with the call in 3 minutes.
Rays are in search of a victory over the Seattle Mariners after last night's 4-1 defeat, and they'll send the 26-year-old right-hander Alex Colomé to the hill tonight, making his 6th start. And he'll face this lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Austin Jackson just back off the disabled list, leads off for the Mariners, followed by Seth Smith in right field, and then Robinson Cano in front of the DH Nelson Cruz. Kyle Seager's at third with Logan Morrison at first. Wellington Castillo, just acquired recently, will do the catching. And left again is Brad Miller, and Chris Taylor is the shortstop, hitting 9th.
Colomé, as you see, 3-1 on the year, a 4.81 ERA. Started out this homestand with a nice performance against the Oakland A's, a game the Rays won 3-0 as he went 5 shutout innings and hoping to win his 2nd game of this homestand.
That outing for him, a nice step back in the right direction. And we're all set to play ball with Jackson in there. The first pitch of this game, presented by Pinch A Penny, is a fastball outside. Fastball in there at 94 miles per hour, and that's not unusual for the strong-armed Alex Colomé. Foul back. 1 ball, 1 strike. See Austin Jackson hitting .242. He was out with a right ankle sprain. That cost him about 3 weeks of the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jackson, an excellent center fielder. And in that leadoff role, not the prototypical leadoff guy, although he looks like a leadoff guy. He can run. He does have a propensity to strike out. And that contact issue becomes just that, an issue for a potential leadoff hitter. 2-2.
They were missing that speed factor. This is not a team that steals a lot of bases, but Jackson is your one guy who could be a threat. So off the DL and right at the top spot of the lineup.
And they really miss him in center field. This guy can go get the ball. Look out, a shot right back over the mound and threw into center field. He returned that fastball from whence it came, a shot right past Colomé.
That was a bullet right over Colomé's head. You see the high fastball, and you can see that ball doesn't move an inch. And good thing Colomé moved, because that was headed right at his head. Here's a look, and that ball right over top of his head on a fastball.
So a runner aboard to start this game. And here's Seth Smith. Well, we'll see. Jackson at first, coming off the right ankle sprain and a pretty good sized lead. He's 5 of 7 in the stolen base department. See if the Mariners care to force the issue already. Down and in. Wow. 2-0.
You know, going back to that Jackson hit, as you take a look at the pitch here that Rivera really has to go over and reach across to save from going to the backstop, you hear how line drives can knuckle on outfielders, and there you saw visual proof of how a guy can hit a ball squarely and the ball does have that knuckleball action, because that ball didn't move off his bat.
Yeah, that was evident in that great replay. That was a great job on that replay to see that. We might want to take another look at that if we get a chance. There's a strike. 2-1. Well, the Rays start the night with a half-game lead on New York. The Yankees just underway, and the Bronx taking on the Kansas City Royals. And there goes Jackson. The pitch down, throw into the runner and through into center. Jackson's going to go to third on the steal, and an error allowing the extra base.
That's a tough error for Rivera, because he threw that ball pretty close to where he wanted. I'm not sure if it goes too far into the runner. Beckham, you know, Beckham's there. He's probably he needs to make that play. That's an out if Beckham gloves this throw, because that ball was past him before Jackson slid into his glove.
Yeah, I think your assessment's right on. Beckham had a difficult night last night in the field, and now a difficulty with that throw. It was in toward the runner, but I think you're right in sizing up that play. Now a base hit into right by Smith, and just like that, Seattle is out in front, and there's the element that Austin Jackson brings to this lineup. A guy at the top of the lineup with speed, and when he gets on, it's a dangerous situation.
Jackson with the steal, going to third on the error, then trotting home on that single by Seth Smith, who now has 3 consecutive hits.
So just off the DL, Jackson has scored the run. And now Robinson Cano, he had a couple hits in last night's game and drove in 2 runs. The average over 250. 1 strike on him. Smith driving in his 11th run of the year. Down around his back foot. A 1-1 count.
A little scary watching Cano last night. You don't want to see this guy get hot right now. He has been searching for it. Came in on an 0 for 12, but really solid contact all night long.
Now he snapped that 0 for 12 earlier in the year. He had a hitless streak that reached 18. It's going to be foul. And you know it's just a matter of time until he starts hitting. And the Rays were hoping it might be when this series was complete. And he has put up some very good numbers here at Tropicana Field in his career. Popper left field side. That will be foul, just foul, out of the reach of Longoria and Elmore. Take a look at the damage Cano has done here at the Trop in a little over 83 career games.
Rays don't miss him being in the AL East, that's for sure. Just 1 visit a season as opposed to 3, as he has put up monster numbers in his time here at Tropicana Field.
Colomé ahead 1-2 in the count. In on him, and he pops him up. Foul ball. That ball might be playable just on the other side of the railing. A big bounce into and out of the Mariners dugout, and a long run on the attempt by Rivera.
You know, this is a frustrating start to the game for Colomé, too. We mentioned Rivera gets charged with an unfortunate error, but Colomé probably thought they had a shot to get the out there. Now he's got a couple of pop flies on Cano. One just eluded Elmore and Longoria. That one just eluded Rivera. So he feels like he should have at least a couple of outs at this point.
Cano fouls it again. This is the first time Colomé has faced the Mariners, but not the first time he has faced Cano, who has 3 at-bats against him. 1 official at-bat. He has 1 hit and 2 walks against Colomé. Nelson Cruz on deck, 0 for 2 against him. And Austin Jackson now 1 for 3 against Colomé. Cano battling up there, fouls it again, down 1-2. He's made it a 7-pitch at bat here.
How about the starts to this game and last night's game by the Mariners offense? Last night it took Jake Odorizzi 23 pitches before recording it out. Tonight, Alex Colomé with 17 pitches, still looking for his first out.
Well, the hard luck for Jake Odorizzi this year. No support. That's wide. It's 2-2. Jake pitched last night, actually lowered what was an outstanding earned run average going in, and still suffered the loss, giving up 2 runs, 1 earned in 7 innings.
It's hard to have a 2.31 ERA after 10 starts and have 3 wins when you go as deep into the games as he has.
Yep. He's given the Rays innings, quality innings, and is 3-5 to show for it. And now the count's going to go full. So Cano with a great at bat here, got down in the count, continued to foul pitches away, and now it's 3-2. And Nelson Cruz looms on deck, the Major League's leading home run hitter. Runner goes, the pitch lined on one hop, and it skips by Beckham into left. Elmore with the pickup, and it will be first and third. Sharply hit ball off the bat of Cano.
Good battling at bat by Robinson. Hits this ball hard, and it short hops Tim Beckham to his backhand side. Tried to keep the ball on the infield. As you can see, went right underneath his glove, hit the top of his glove. Beckham has been challenged with some tough plays in this series, and he's still trying to find his way into making one of those plays to help out his pitching staff. Take a look at the defense tonight for the Rays, brought to you by South BMW Centers. In left field, Jake Elmore makes his second start of the season for the Rays. Kevin Kiermaier in center. Same lineup as last night for Tampa Bay. Brandon Guyer in right. Evan Longoria, Tim Beckham, Nick Franklin, Logan Forsythe, Rene Rivera making his 34th start behind the plate. Asdrubal Cabrera wanted to get into the game last night, may get into the game tonight or tomorrow, but they don't want him to be out there for 9 innings, still battling a little bit of a groin injury that he suffered in that final game against Oakland.
Yeah, the deficiency at shortstop the last couple nights has been glaring because Cabrera has been so good. You talk about catching everything hit to him and then some, and he's done that. And it's been a tough run here for Tim Beckham. Cano's hit goes as a single. And now a cut and a miss by Nelson Cruz. Well, a challenge right here in the first inning for Colomé and the Rays to try to limit the damage. Well, that's the 22nd pitch of the inning. Now, if he can pull what Odorizzi did last night in the next couple pitches, things could work out.
Odorizzi got 3 outs on the next 2 pitches after 22 without an out.
Upstairs, it's a ball and 2 strikes. 23 pitches in, that 10 pitch at bat for Cano. A big part of that, and then he got credit for the single. A pop up, foul ball right side for Forsythe, and now he's going to have to readjust, and he makes the catch. And that first out was not an easy out.
I think Logan lost it momentarily. Again, first base not his normal position, but watch him drift back of the bag initially. He goes, okay, this ball's going foul behind the bag. Oh, no, it's not. It's way up, and it's almost in fair territory. In fact, when I think he caught it, it may have landed in fair territory had he not made the play.
I think you're right about that. I think that was a fair ball. And Forsythe has done a great job playing all over the place, but he's not James Loney, for that matter, who is. But that's another situation where the Rays are weakened because of those injuries. And the first pitch here, a breaking ball into Seager, and that's in there for a strike. Well, finally on the 24th pitch of the inning, he gets an out. And he deals with Seager, who's riding an 11-game hitting streak. One ball, one strike. See our Toyota trend. Seager with 11. Longoria has a 9-gamer. Carlos Beltran, the longest at 13 so far this year. Miguel Cabrera right behind him. A ball, 2 strikes.
Could be an inning where if Colome can somehow shut down the Mariners with just 1 run, now all of a sudden momentum back to the starting pitcher. It looked like it could be a huge inning early on. Still has a ways to go to get out of this inning, but a good at bat against Nelson Cruz and now ahead of Seager.
Well, Colome can take some time between pitches, and especially now, trouble in the first. This is upstairs.
On the pitches that Rivera has wanted up for a chase with 2 strikes, a couple of times tonight Colome has missed way up where he hasn't enticed the hitter. That was another example. There's Rivera cheering him along, saying, let's make this pitch right here. We can get out of this inning.
A little tapper. Barehanded pickup, throw to the plate, safe the call. And Rivera will put up an argument here. And out comes Kevin Cash. Well, it was an off-balance barehanded pickup. And Colome decided to go to the plate with Smith sliding in there. And the call by Brian Gorman is safe.
Rivera's claiming he blocked the plate off, and he might have a point. But whether or not it's conclusive, not sure. Because as you saw Smith slide in there, he tried to push the foot of Rivera. Ooh, he goes on top of the foot there.
Yeah, I'm not sure he got to the plate. That's a pretty good shot.
Over the foot. If he pushes the foot back and then gets the plate, I think he's safe. But if they have a good angle there, you might be able to get this overturned because his foot went up and over the left foot of Rene Rivera, who did a great job blocking the plate.
And again, it's clear and convincing, and that's the issue that has been troublesome to Kevin Cash in the Rays this year. But look at this. I don't think he's on the plate yet.
I think his back foot actually touches the plate before his front foot. His trail foot slides. His front foot goes up and over Rivera's foot, and now the back foot hits the plate, but that's well after he was tagged. And look at Rivera's foot. Here's the key, Dwayne, I think, if they're going to overturn this. If you can convince the replay official that his foot is in front of the plate and he's not giving any edge of the plate to Smith, which he's not, then I think this one could get overturned. You know, does the back of the spike get the plate? It does not look like it. It looks like the foot is clearly up in the air, off the ground. And Rivera is allowed to put his foot out there and block the plate.
Yeah, that's a great job by Rivera doing that. And you could see that that was by design. He had that in mind. He thought that that foot would block the plate. That's why he was so convinced on that play that he had an out.
It's going to be interesting. This is going to be really interesting. I think if you blow this up and you see that foot in front of the plate, that lead foot does not get to home plate. The trail foot gets there before the lead foot. Here's another look. And Rivera is clearly in front of the plate. Seth Smith, contact. Does the foot ever, that cloud of dust doesn't help the clear view.
But you can see that front foot, the toe of the foot comes up on the front foot that Rivera was using to block the plate.
I mean, we've seen some calls that haven't gone Kevin Cash's way where we thought they may get overturned. I think there's enough there. I really think this one could be overturned, and that's why it's taking so long. This is a very important call early in the game for a young pitcher who is struggling in the first inning.
So a Rays challenge on the play at the plate. Brian Gorman, the crew chief, working the plate tonight, and here's a closer look.
See, that foot is completely off the ground. There's no way you can argue.
Oh my. Well, it's going to be that clear and convincing clause, but boy, that last shot we had, that makes it very difficult to swallow that play would stand. Very difficult.
That cloud of dust with the chalk is the only thing I can say that kept them from being clear and convincing, because they could not quite see if there was a spike on the plate, but it does not look like it. It really doesn't.
Boy, a great job by Rivera there. And so it's first and second with one out and 2 runs home for Logan Morrison. 1 ball, no strikes. Just a case where there's an assumption made on the initial call. Tough call to make. That was a close play all the way, but Rivera was convinced. Upstairs, 2-0 to Morrison.
Well, if you're Brian Gorman, you can understand the call, because normally on that play, the runner gets a piece of the plate. But Rivera did such a good job keeping him entirely off the plate, and it's tough to see on that angle until you replay it. And I thought the Rays might get that one overturned.
Well, there were a couple looks there that were pretty good. There's a strike, and it's 2-1.
As Kevin Cash looks on, he's got a starter here who felt like he may have had a runner thrown out on a stolen base attempt. Then he had a couple of pop-ups on Cano that were out of the reach of the defenders before an RBI hit, and then he thought he may have had an out there, so instead he's still working out of trouble with just 1 out.
32 pitches already and 1 out. And now it's 3-1.
And with all the injuries recently, the Rays don't have that extra long man in the bullpen that they had when the Enny Romeros and the Preston Guillemets and Andrew Bellattis and Matt Andriese prior to them were here. They don't have that long reliever, so this is important for Colomé to turn this around.
Cut and a miss. Morrison 3-1 went after the fastball up, so the count is full.
Morrison may have helped out the Rays there. That looked like it was ball 4.
And ball 4. So the bases are going to be loaded. Cano goes to third. Seager up to second. Morrison drawing the walk. Wellington Castillo comes to the plate. He spent the last couple of years as the starting catcher for the Cubs. And the Mariners got him just under a week ago from the Cubs. Cut and a miss.
Go all the way back to Sunday's game, Dwayne, and the Rays have given up a run in the first inning in 3 straight games without recording it out. Billy Burns leadoff home run on Sunday, and last night we chronicled Odorizzi's trouble early before locking it in, and tonight same for Colomé.
0-2. A couple of cutters.
Likes to throw that cutter to the right-hand hitters. Almost a third of the time he'll throw that cutter to righties, and now a chance to pick up a big strikeout here.
Ground ball third. Down to second one. Over to first two. A double play around the horn, and that takes care of Seattle. But the Mariners get 2 runs in the first inning. A lengthy first, but the damage limited to just 2. Bottom of inning 1 coming. Rays coming in to hit. Alex Colomé, and it could have been worse and it could have been better, but it's a 2-run deficit for the Rays as they come in to hit in the bottom of the first. Tonight's lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brandon Guyer is going to lead off, then Joey Butler the DH, and Evan Longoria carries a 9-game hitting streak into the game. Logan Forsythe, Tim Beckham, and Jake Elmore down the middle. Kevin Kiermaier, Nick Franklin, and Rene Rivera rounding out the Rays lineup.
Facing the 32-year-old left-hander Jay Happ, acquired in the offseason from the Toronto Blue Jays in a trade, making his 9th start of the year. 4-seam fastball and 2-seam fastball. Heavy fastball, but not as many as he threw last year with Toronto. He'll also mix in curve, change, and slider. A lot of changes to righties, a lot of sliders to lefties.
Well, here's the right-handed hitting Brandon Guyer. And the first pitch to him is in there, a strike. Guyer starts the night hitting .283 with an on-base percentage of .363. A little late movement on that fastball away from him. 2 strikes. Straightens him up a bit. 1-2. Guyer reaching and rolls it out to Cano, who makes the flip. 1 away.
Take a look at the Mariners defense, brought to you by South BMW Centers. Brad Miller, who made his first start in left less than 2 weeks ago, now making his 4th start out there. The Mariners thrilled to have Austin Jackson back in center, Seth Smith in right, the Gold Glover Kyle Seager at third, Chris Taylor at short, Robbie Cano at second, Logan Morrison at first, and Wellington Castillo behind the dish.
Joey Butler, and he takes a strike. This one is down in the top half of the first. Even though the call went Seattle's way, you might be inclined to give Seager a fielder's choice, but the official ruling is a single and a run batted in, and that will extend his hitting streak to 12. Shot toward the gap in right center field for Butler. Extra bases here, on his way to second with a stand-up double. Butler continues to show power to right center field. He can turn on a ball, but he likes to drive it up the gap in right center as well.
He can go gap to gap. You can see him on that changeup that was on the outer half of the plate. And he just stroked it nicely into right center field. Jackson tried to cut it off to hold him to a potential single, but that was perfectly in between Jackson and Seth Smith in right center.
So here's Evan Longoria. Boy, it'd be good for the Rays to answer right away here in the bottom of the first against Happ. Pitch to Evan is down. Longoria 4 of 13. That's a .308 average against Happ. Where the Rays miss a couple bats against him. Two guys who are on the sideline. Desmond Jennings 3 for 6 against him with 2 doubles. And James Loney 7 out of 16 against him with a couple of 2 base hits.
There they are.
Rays would prefer to have them in the lineup tonight against Jay Happ. Two balls and a strike.
Nice of them to get together and knowing you were going to talk about them in concert.
Very accommodating on the part of those two. Into center field. Jackson still on the move. He's going to get there and make the catch. And Butler, who had gone halfway, returns to second base.
When the Mariners talked about bringing Austin Jackson back, Lloyd McClendon was asked about playing him on the turf. They played on the turf in Toronto before they got here to Tropicana Field, and 3 more games on the turf. And he said, I'm not worried about the turf. I just want that guy to go and get the ball all over the place in center, and that's what he does. I'm not sure if that play is made without Jackson being in the lineup.
Yeah, as much as what we saw he can do at the plate, that is the primary value he has to this Seattle ball club. Center fielder like that makes your pitching so much better. Here's Logan Forsythe. He takes a fastball for a strike. Logan hitting .299. He and Longoria each with 21 runs batted in, and Logan trying to get Joey Butler home. One. The Rays have scored 3 runs in 3 games, and Forsythe has driven them all in, including the run last night with his 5th home run of the year to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Now 2-1. Forsythe 1 out of 8 in his career against Jay Happ. And Happ gets a call there to make it 2-2.
A learning curve at this point of the season, too, for the battery. Wellington Castillo's first game behind the plate for Seattle was catching Jay Happ, but he's only made 4 starts, getting Happ for the 2nd time.
Foul ball at the plate there, just in front of Castillo. Tim Beckham would be next if Forsythe could keep it going. Forsythe stays alive. Just a piece of that one foul. Yankees got 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. Mark Teixeira hit his 14th home run. That game's now in the bottom of the third. 2-0 New York. And here we're in the bottom of the first with the Mariners getting 2 in the top half of the inning. Oh, he's hit by that pitch. So the Rays will put runners at first and second. A fastball hitting Logan Forsythe.
4th time this year Forsythe has been hit by a pitch. That is trailing just Brandon Guyer on this team. They went away on the previous pitch with a 2-seamer, then tried to come up and in, and it came too far in.
Now it's Tim Beckham. Beckham hitting 5th again tonight. Rays seeing their 2nd straight lefty and going with the same lineup as last night. One and one. And neither Colomé nor Happ in a hurry to go anyplace. Colomé has been taking a lot of time between pitches this year anyway and had a prolonged top half of the first, and Happ similar approach here in the bottom of the first.
And Happ's usually not a slow worker. Again, I think this is still getting used to the pitching catching battery.
It's wide. 2-1. Houston batting in the top of the third in Baltimore, and no score in that game. Happ finds the zone for strike 2.
He does a good job of living in the bottom half of the zone. Happ had some issues with walking too many hitters last year. He's done a better job with that this season, but when he's on, he is living right around the knees.
See another pitch on 2-2. Mariners got Happ from the Blue Jays in the deal for the outfielder Michael Saunders. Happ went to high school in Chicago and pitched at Northwestern. And the count's going to be full.
Good take there by Beckham. Happ trying to get him to chase the 2-strike pitch. Now with a 3-2 count. Chance for the runners to get a little head start.
Rays have Butler at second on a double. Forsythe hit by a pitch. The runner at first. Runners go, and there is ball 4 to load the bases, and the Rays have.
Well, if nothing else, the Rays have put up a big number here in terms of pitch count on J.A. Happ after the top half of the first, where Colomé threw 38 pitches. Here's Happ at 25, still trying to work out of the first.
And Rick Waits, the Seattle pitching coach, makes a trek to the mound. One lefty to another there, with Jake Elmore scheduled to hit. And as we discussed last night, Elmore was hot at Durham when he got the call. The Rays hoping that that will carry over in a couple of 2-base hits last night.
If you add his 10-game hitting streak to what he did last night, in those 11 games, he's hitting .425. So You know, Longoria's got a nice hitting streak going, but this guy's as hot as anybody in the lineup.
We'll remind you to throw on your boots and enjoy the country songs of Lee Brice after the Rays play the White Sox Saturday, June 13th. Lee Brice, the latest featured post-game concert act and one of Nashville's hottest country stars. And he'll sing hits such as I Don't Dance. For more information, visit RaysBaseball.com/concerts. Well, here's Elmore with the bases loaded, 2 gone. And there's ball 1. Fastball away. There's a soft liner into right. It's going to fall. Base hit, scores Butler. Forsythe scores as well, beating the throw in, and the Rays have tied this game. So Elmore comes through again for the Rays, scoring Butler and Forsythe.
How about Jake Elmore? 7 for 16 now as a Ray. Gets ahead of the count, has a tough pitch to handle, down and away. Pretty good pitch by Happ, and he serves it in right field. The only question was, would Seth Smith be able to make a sliding catch, and he holds up. It bounces in front of him, and with 2 outs, Forsythe off from second, was able to get in ahead of the throw.
First and second, and here is Kevin Kiermaier. So the Rays have come back to tie it. The pitch is away.
When you're struggling with runners in scoring position, that is a big-time hit for Tampa Bay.
The Rays were 0 for 10 last night with men in scoring position. And over the life of this 3-game losing streak, they were 2 for 25. And a big hit for Jake Elmore and the Rays. Two and one.
Like that take there from Kiermaier, because last night when he went 0 for and had his 9-game hitting streak snapped, he chased some of those sliders from Elias, and that was a curveball there that he laid off. That's one he may have chased last night.
Foul the other way. Fastball that time. And it's a 2-2 count. Well, Butler and Forsythe have scored. Beckham at second. He can run. Elmore at first. Kiermaier continues to battle the left-hander. Well, 38 pitches for Colomé in the top of the inning, and that's 32 now for Jay Happ.
Fouled off a slider again. The Mariners trying to attack Kiermaier the same way tonight, and as they did last night. Tonight, Kevin battling back.
And ball 3 misses down. Well, this will start the runners with 2 outs, men at first and second, full count. Runners go, and a cut and a miss by Kiermaier. He missed the fastball to end it, but the Rays battle back and tie this game at 2. Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By H.H. Gregg. Top brands, low prices, fast delivery. Gregg's got it. And by Morgan Auto Group. Make it Morgan. We make it happen. Well, the Rays and the Mariners setting quite a pace here. Rays battling back. The Yankees are hitting in the bottom of the third, leading 2-0, and this game is tied 2-2 at the end of one. This game started about the same time. 45 minutes to play that first inning. 38 pitches by Colomé and 34 by Happ. And Todd, you're great with math in your head. That projects to what for time of game?
6 hour, 45-minute game.
Look at that. I knew you were right there.
Right there. 4 innings in 3 hours if you stay on this pace. Hopefully, we'll pick it up.
Brad Miller up here with a 1-0 count. There's a strike from Colomé. 1-1. Happ in that dugout. Now that's some contemplation going on there.
I hope he's reading a hitter's chart down there on the bench.
Big cut and a miss. 1-2.
Well, the challenge for Colomé is to try and go as deep into this game as possible after that big pitch count, something Odorizzi was able to do yesterday.
Ground ball right side for Franklin, and the flip to first. So Miller's out of there. Well, we'll see if Colomé can put up a couple of quick innings here to get that pitch count in line.
When you think about Odorizzi's maturation, last year he didn't go deep into a whole lot of games, and I think a big pitch count early last year may have caused him to go 5 innings or so. This year he's able to go 7 in the same situation. We'll see how Colomé handles a higher pitch count and see how far he can take tonight's game.
Chris Taylor, the shortstop, fouls that first pitch out of play for a strike. Well, so far this year, Colomé's high pitch count was 99 in the 6 innings he worked against the Yankees, and he was not at his best in that one when he gave up 8 runs, 11 hits in 6 innings. 1-1. And then he struggled a bit against Minnesota up there and worked 3 1/3, gave up 3 runs and 6 hits. Chopped down to third, gloved by Longoria. A couple of ground ball outs. Nicely done. 2 up, 2 down. And you know, in that game in Minnesota, Colomé, when he came out, was not happy about coming out. That's just his competitive nature, and it was not one of his better performances, and he did bounce back against Oakland the last time out. So he's had 5 starts, 3 that you'd put in the positive column, and 2 not so positive. Top of the order, Austin Jackson. That's a strike.
He's finding the consistency with his cutter this inning, which has become a good pitch for him. But I think you might see him get to 100 pitches or more tonight. And I think if he gets beyond 5 innings, or at least 2 5 innings, Kevin Cash will be fine with that.
One and one the count. Now Jackson started the game with a base hit, stole second, went to third on the error. Jackson and Smith scored the runs in the first. Two and one.
Now when I say Catch will be fine with that, just based on what he did in the first inning, I don't think he'd be fine with it at the start of the game. But when you have 38 pitches in the first and you've got a guy that hasn't been stretched out to triple digits in pitches all year, you take 5 if you can keep it at a 2-run game.
Ground ball, sharply hit. Franklin on the shortstop side of second takes care of it. So it's a 1-2-3 inning, 3 ground balls. We're tied 2-2. next month, FIFA Women's World Cup begins. Alex Morgan leads the U.S. women's national team against the best teams in the world, looking for their third World Cup title. The only place you can see the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup is on Fox and Fox Sports 1 beginning June 6th. Nick Franklin hitting from the right side, skies the first pitch to center, and Austin Jackson takes care of that. One away here. Rene Rivera will be up.
Kind of fitting. We saw Jack Zarenchik before the game, and they got involved in that David Price deal. And on their end, the deal was Austin Jackson for Nick Franklin.
Yeah, we did. We saw the two. Matt Silverman was in conversation. We might say a lengthy conversation on the field. And I did see them shake hands.
You did.
But that was before the conversation started. I don't think they did. If they did that at the end, you might think, hey, they're shaking on a deal. But that was before.
It was funny trying to read the tea leaves on that trading deadline day because David Price was here throwing with Jeremy Hellickson and all the rumors flying around.
1-0 pitch, and that's guy deep into center. Long run for Jackson. That's going to one-hop the wall. Rivera's on his way to second with a double. That's some of that center field power he has to pick up his sixth double of the year.
We mentioned it last night. This is a guy, if he ever pulled the ball, might have 3 or 4 more home runs because he hits the longest drives of his season to the deepest part of the ballpark. Last night it was to that triangle in left center, and this time he goes towards right center, towards the Rays tank, and another one off the center field wall.
And if you hit it somewhere in center where Austin Jackson can't catch it, you've done something. So the Rays with the potential go-ahead run now at second for the top of the order. Here's Brandon Guyer. And the first pitch strike. Guyer out second to first in the first. One and one. Rays last year lost the season series to Seattle. They went 3-4 against them. Popped up right side near the line. Morrison out there, and now coming in from right, Smith to make the catch.
No flex, zone. No flex, zone.
Rays had not lost a season series against the Mariners since 2009. They were 3-5 that year and 3-4 last year. Joey Butler doubled his first time. Pitch in the dirt. Blocked initially by Castillo. No chance for a move up. It's 1-0. Reminder, Matt Moore will be joining us. We get a chance to talk with the Rays lefty about his progress coming back from Tommy John surgery, and he'll be with us in the top of the third. And a miss wide to Butler, so it's 2-0. Good cut, a foul ball back. Two. The one thing about Butler, he's got some pop, and he's all business up there in the batter's box. He's going to swing the bat.
He doesn't get cheated. And he doesn't. The new timing rules don't affect him because he never leaves the batter's box. Foul ball, he wants to hit. See guys hit foul balls and they go out and reset their gloves and take some time. He doesn't move. He's in that hitting position.
Great example right there. Happ decided that he's going to take a lot of time. Butler stays right there in his tracks and takes ball 3. And the count is full. And Happ has been taking a lot of time tonight, as did Colomé, especially in the first inning. But Butler stays right there in his tracks. Bounds it back. Good cut on the fastball. Rivera doubled with 1 out. He's at second with 2 gone. And a cut and a miss. That takes care of the Rays in the second inning. So the Rays leave a man headed into the third. We'll be chatting with Matt Moore when we return. Alex Colomé back to the hill, and we're certainly pleased to have Matt Moore joining us here in the top half of the inning. Matt, I know you can't wait till you get back out there, and from our point of view, same thing here. We're ready for you to be back.
Yeah, that's to say the least. I'm definitely ready to be back. It's nice to have the thought of being able to contribute this year and be back on the club and be a part of the whole mix. You know, especially just to be able to get on the way we've been playing this year. The first inning is kind of an example of that, so it's very exciting.
Seth Smith will lead it off here in the third. The first pitch is inside. It would seem, at least from our point of view and the reports we get, we've watched you throw a couple of times. Each step of the way has been positive in that it seems all the reports are good. You appear to be fine with your progress. Has it gone as swimmingly as we think it has?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to ask me 13, 14, 15 months ago what I, write down on a piece of paper what you think this process would be like, I would say that, I think there was less concern throughout the whole thing about how it was recovering and how things were going to be on the back end. It started to feel actually pretty good pretty quick. Those are kind of the big things I think as a player is you want to be able to start to feel as normal as you can as soon as you can. So, probably around the 3 or 4 month mark, you kind of start looking for your glove and paying attention to when you're going to start playing catch. So I wouldn't say it was by no means a breeze, but the harder parts is just being away from the whole act and being away from the team.
Yeah, this is a special bunch, and it's, in one way it's hard to put your finger on it, but what's happened here with this club over really a period of years has been remarkable. And I think what's happened this year certainly pales to no other year that this team has had, given what it's had to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely. You're used to seeing the Zobrises and guys like that out there, Hellicksons and Price. We got a lot of those guys that are right now making a name for themselves. And we'll be just as for sure of these guys as we were of the guys that have left the organization. Makes us kind of test our depth a little bit, I guess you can say, and I think we do a really good job here front office of being prepared for a lot of different scenarios.
What's next, Matt? It looks like Thursday, an extended spring game.
Yeah, down in Fort Myers against the Red Sox. Got about 45 pitches.
And then if that goes well, possibly we'll see you start the minor league rehab after that?
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility. I've been feeling good in my live games this far, so it's definitely getting to that point where we're getting close to starting that.
How about that catch by Kiermaier out there in center field? A hot shot line drive by Robinson Cano. And we have said before, Matt, that excitement seems to follow Kiermaier. And every night it seems we're going to see something like that.
Yeah, and it's just about every night you see something like that out of KK. And, man, holy cow, what would we do without him, right?
Yeah, as a pitcher, it's got to be nice to know that you've got a guy who is full throttle out there behind you.
Yeah, he brings it every day. He's preparing his body, at 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, getting ready to go. So you can see that preparation and routine, and it pays off in the game for him.
Hey, I know that we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here when we talk about your return, and it's been talked about, late June, early July, and I know you want to get back as soon as possible. But wouldn't it be great if you could get back here on June the 18th?
Yeah, that'd make that day even more special. So, no, that would, I think, we started counting backwards from that date, kind of just because it was my birthday. So if we hit it, if we don't, I think it was kind of just a shot in the dark at that point, just to kind of have a schedule. It'll be hopefully somewhere within there, give or take a couple weeks.
Yeah, that'd be great. We can't wait to see you out there, and we certainly appreciate the time you've spent with us here today as Cruz singles the other way, a 2-out base hit. And good luck in the start you're going to make. That's going to be at Fort Myers in a couple days, Thursday, right?
Yeah. Okay. So day after tomorrow, while everybody's at the beach, I'll be over there in Fort Myers trying to get some guys out.
All right. Well, continued great progress with that. And again, we're looking forward to your return. And it has the makings of another fun Rays season for this group. This is quite a bunch.
Being on top's not bad this early, and coming, thinking about getting back on the team and being here where we are right now. This is it adds the excitement. I just hope to be able to come over here and contribute and be a shot in the arm.
Well, we're looking forward to that, and thank you so much for spending this time with us here.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Matt Moore with us here at the top of the third. Great visit, and very encouraging from everything we hear, Todd, about his progress.
It's really remarkable to have so many steps along the way, and he has made every one without a blemish to this point. So exciting to see him pitching in minor league games that count.
Seager, who got credit for a base hit his first time up here now, and right down to first, unassisted Forsythe steps on the bag. No runs, a hit, one left. We're headed to the Rays half of the third. This game is tied 2-2, and another look at the Kiermaier catch to the break. to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By H.H. Gregg, top brands, low prices, fast delivery. Gregg's got it. And by Courtesy Toyota, you'll love what we do for you. On to the bottom half of inning 3, tied 2-2 with Evan Longoria leading off for the Rays, 1-0. It would be nice if Matt Moore could make it back by the 18th of June, which is his birthday. And that's something to shoot for. But one thing for sure, and the Rays will never be guilty, it would seem, of rushing anybody. They're going to take all the time it needs, because if you're going to rush it, the dividends that will pay at best short-lived. Jackson in center field under this one to take it. Longoria's the first out.
And the Rays are always reluctant to put any sort of timetable on it because they don't want anything to look like a setback. But I'm guessing once Matt makes that next extended spring start and then starts his minor league rehab, at that point you're probably looking at about 5 starts beyond that, maybe 30 days until he comes back. So June 18th would be aggressive. It'll be great, but I think it'll probably be, as they like to say, June-ish before we see him.
Logan Forsythe taking a strike. That fly ball by Longoria caught by Jackson a little easier than the first one he caught. He made a great play on that ball. Hit by Evan in the first inning. Jackson just back off the disabled list for the Mariners. And he was missed. Liner into center. There's a base hit for Logan. The Rays collect their 4th hit.
Change up stays up a little bit, but that's a pretty good change on the outer half of the plate. Forsythe just sends it right back up the middle.
That'll be Tim Beckham. Beckham walked in the 2-run first. It's out of play the other way. Kansas City batting in the 5th, and they are down 2-0 to the Yankees. That game in New York. Astros hitting in the 5th inning in Baltimore, and that game is scoreless.
How about the East right now?
How about the East? You know, starting the day, the Rays up by a half game over the Yankees. Toronto started the day last, 3.5 out.
The closest the division has been in a long time. Actually, since they went to this divisional alignment back in '94 after Memorial Day, this is the closest it's been.
Well, there's a lot of talk before the season began about how this division would line up. The idea being it could be anybody's race there for the taking, and through the first quarter of the season, that's exactly what's happened here.
When you look at the run differential, the team with the best run differentials in last place, the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
So that's how things are rolling right now in the AL East.
Two and two, and the Rays have managed to this point. Well, at Memorial Day, they were in first place. Kind of that first marker of the season to try to assess where you are. And the Rays have had to do it in a way that they never dreamed that they would have to do it. We've seen a pitching staff, I think if you said decimated, that's exactly what it has been, and yet they managed to not only be competitive, but at this point to be in first place with what's happened.
You always thought at the beginning of the year, play well, and then you'll get guys like Alex Cobb and Drew Smyly back.
Ground ball shortstop. Taylor takes a little time out on the exchange. The ball was dropped. It Took Taylor a little while to unload it, and then that messed up the timing. And you'll see here, Kevin Cass wants to come out and talk it over with Mark Carlson.
Tough to tell if he ever had control. The problem is the Rays are out of challenges right now, and they lost their challenge earlier, so Cash is having a discussion with Mark Carlson. You're right about that, though. It was Chris Taylor's initial bobble that really threw the timing off, and then Cano never really had it cleanly, but you couldn't tell where that ball was in his glove off the exchange if he did have it for a fraction of a second.
Well, the Rays will get Jake Elmore to the plate. Beckham with speed over at first. And a toss. You wouldn't be altogether surprised to see them run Beckham here.
Be fine with 2 outs to try and get in scoring position with Jake Elmore, who's been red hot at the plate.
Happ with a move to first. There have been 3 steals with him on the hill and 3 caught stealings, and that's a turnaround from a couple of years ago. I mean, there for 2 years running, that's exactly what the opposition did against him. They ran at will, and he sharpened that part of his game up a bit. And again, Beckham back at first.
No, that's close to being a step towards the plate. He's straddling that line a little bit. He has that high leg kick, which allows him to hang back a little bit. Watch where this plant foot lands, and that's close.
Runner goes. The pitch and the throw not in time. So Beckham steals on the first pitch to Elmore. He's 3 out of 4 in the steal department.
Good read by Beckham. Timmy was having trouble yesterday reading Elias, and today he gets a great jump off a Happ, and that was a tough pitch to handle for Castillo. Not sure if it would have mattered, as Beckham had a great jump.
So now the Rays do have a man in scoring position for Elmore. He drove in both runs in the first.
That hit was such a big hit for a lot of reasons. The Rays have been struggling with runners in scoring position. To get the 2 back after giving up the 2 also, especially when in the back of your mind you know King Felix is pitching that last game of this series.
Pitch is a strike on the edge. 1-1. Line drive, base hit into center. Beckham's going to be waved around. Jackson's throw comes through, not in time. Elmore safely in at second, and the Rays lead 3-2. With 2 outs, the steal at second by Beckham, followed by the base hit off the bat of Elmore, and the Rays take the lead.
This guy's been amazing. Jake Elmore, 4 for 4 since being called back from AAA Durham, including a walk yesterday. Outside fastball, just shoots it up the middle. Jackson looked like he had a shot. His throw, though, rolls to home plate. Beckham slides across easily. And in the process on the throw, Jake Elmore gets to second.
So Elmore winds up at second base. He's in scoring position for Kevin Kiermaier. Pitch down.
Another example, and we mentioned it last night, of a guy getting an opportunity who normally would not get an opportunity, but with all these injuries, here's Jake Elmore, and he has been a big contributor his first couple of nights.
Well, after that high pitch first inning by Colomé, Happ has now thrown more pitches than Colomé in this game.
Remarkable. He's done a really good job, Colomé, of getting it back on track.
Fouled back, that's out of play, and it's 1-1. It continues to be the amazing part of this team. There's something about the makeup of this team that if you don't believe in them now, I'm not sure how you can keep from it. They're figuring out a way to compete, and they've done that right to the top of the division. And now, with that lead down to a half game, they've come back to grab the lead in the third inning of this game. Popped up. Seager in front of Taylor will make the catch. And the Rays are out, but they score the go-ahead run on the RBI single by Jake Elmore. 3-2 Tampa Bay. High-def highlight presented by H.H. Gregg. And the star of that show is Kevin Kiermaier.
Kiermaier with a diving catch, and I love the form after the catch too. Robbing Robinson Cano. Keep that Superman pose for a while, KK. He can flat out go get it to center field.
Well, we go to the fourth. Colome's pitch count is 60, and Happ now at 65. Who would have thought that after Colome made 38 pitches in the first inning? Fourth inning about set to begin with Logan Morrison in the box. Pitch is down. Morrison walked and then was erased on a double play to end the first. 2-0. So Colome surviving that first inning. And then a 1-2-3 second. With 11 pitches and 11 pitches again in the third. Giving up a 2-out single and then getting Seager. Ground ball into short right. The shift will get Morrison. Franklin takes care of that.
You know, so much of what the Rays do here, especially with their catchers, is about what they can do behind the plate. And Rene Rivera, an example tonight where the Rays might have a shutout based on what he has done. His throw to second base was unable to be caught, but he almost gunned down Austin Jackson, who came around to score. Then he looked like he shut off the next run when Seth Smith scored, went over his foot. The replay was not conclusive enough. And I think he's really helping Colome here navigate after a tough first inning through the next few.
Yeah, that's one of the first things I think that we all noticed about Rivera and his ability to stay with a pitcher a young pitcher, and in this case, Colome still trying to get his pinnings under him in the major leagues. And that's important to have a guy like Rivera. Long fly ball to right, but Geyer not yet to the track, makes the catch, 2 gone. And boy, you have to believe that's a great aid to a young pitcher trying to, number one, establish himself, and inning by inning and pitch by pitch trying to work his way through an opposing major league lineup, to have a catcher like Rivera right there with him each step of the way.
And look at what he's done. First pitch count in the first inning, 38 pitches, the next 2, 11, and now he's at 5. And you'll see him with some fist pumps, with some nods of encouragement, negotiate more with a Colome than he would with a guy who has more experience.
Cutting a miss on the fastball. That one up close to the mid-90s from Colome. One and one. Miller came into the game at .246 with those 5 home runs and 14 runs batted in. Walked and scored a run last night when the Mariners put 2 up. They put 2 in the first in this game. Rays have answered those and have trumped them by 1. Two and one.
The other thing I think Rivera is doing too is Colome has so much faith in him, he's working a little bit quicker, and he does that without runners on base, but he's going with the first sign almost all the time. I don't think Alex has shaken him at all.
And a cut and a miss. And here's another situation. Colome in the past, when he's gotten hurt, has done it when he's been ahead in the count and when he's gotten 2 outs in the inning. Now, a little different story in the first. He was struggling right from the beginning. But you'd love to see him finish off Miller here and have another 1, 2, 3 inning. Full count. Chris Taylor, the shortstop, is on deck. That will carry into the seats, forcing another 3-2 pitch.
Hit it to a guy wearing his jersey. That doesn't happen all the time for Brad Miller, although he is an Orlando kid.
Another 3-2 to Miller. And that's upstairs. So with 2 outs, the Seattle left fielder walks. And it brings up Chris Taylor. Second walk issued by Colome. Now he deals with the number 9 hitter. Taylor was hitting .313 at Tacoma when he was recalled earlier this month. Taylor back in. Big cut. Cut on the pitch and a cut by the hitter.
That's been a big pitch for him, getting back in the groove. He used that cutter to get a lot of early count outs in the second and third.
It's a ball and a strike. Well, the Mariners won 87 games last year and really looking to make a move in the American League West this year. Right now they're 2 games under and running 4th in the division, 7 games out. Pop foul, and Colome's ahead of Taylor.
As we talked about the AL East earlier, and you look at what the Mariners have done the last 16 games, getting better pitching, especially their starters. ERA has dropped by 1.5. We talked about the AL East sort of to form to this point. Everybody thought it was an up for grabs division, and almost 50 games in, that has been the case. The AL West has not gone according to what people thought.
No, that Houston ball club 5.5 up over the Angels starting play today. And again to first, Miller back. Texas trying to make a little run now. The Rangers did 6 in a row and trying to get to 500, a game under right now. And a swing and a miss. That takes care of Taylor and the Mariners in the 4th. Home half of the inning coming, 3-2 Rays.
And the Mariners too on Sun Sports. Earlier in the game, you might have seen Dwayne and Todd talk to Matt Moore, and the news is good with Matt coming back from his injury. The same could be said about a couple of everyday players, as Asdrubal Cabrera, who strained a groin a couple of nights ago, Steven Souza Jr., who sprained his left wrist a couple of nights ago. Both not in danger of going to the disabled list. Spoke to Kevin Cash earlier before the game. He said, just like everybody, Todd and Dwayne, their day-to-day, as Asdrubal Cabrera said, if he doesn't play tonight and he gets the day off tomorrow for the travel day, he expects to be in the lineup on Friday at Baltimore, guys.
All right, here's a bunt attempt by Nick Franklin. Foul back over the screen. Well, it's been a battle for the Rays just to find healthy players on the roster. And it seems every week it takes another strange turn, and that's what happened the other day when 3 position players suddenly came up injured.
And James Loney, the only one that stayed in the game, ended up going on the DL. He's been in the big league since 2006 with the Dodgers. He had never been on the disabled list prior to this year, and now he's been on twice.
Yeah, they're gonna miss him for a while.
Fortunately, that fractured finger. Yeah, 4 to 6 weeks he's thinking, and so many areas of the game he can impact.
Well, he makes your lineup better. He makes your defense better. You know, and that's the thing the Rays also, I'm sure, are very aware of. They've been a versatile club, but when you're injured like this and you start moving people around, I don't think there's any debate about what a great job Forsythe has done. Fly ball to center. Franklin is the first out. But Logan, much better at second base than he is at first. And so, in fact, he's been outstanding at second base.
Unbelievable.
So you run the risk of maybe weakening yourself at a position where he leaves, and then you're not as strong at the position where he's forced to play because of the injury.
And with that in mind, the Rays are trying to get creative and use a couple of guys at least in batting practice.
Rivera, big swing, and hits a towering fly ball. Not going to reach the track back into left. Hey, he's starting to pull the ball and try that part of the ballpark because of those long fly balls to center.
Just got underneath that one and almost sent it to the track. But in batting practice today, we saw both David DeJesus and prior to that, Tim Beckham working with Tom Foley over at first base, positions they're not familiar with, but just to try and create some flexibility so occasionally you can get Logan Forsythe back at second.
Yeah, because I don't think there's any doubt that this club's better with Logan at second than at first. Unfortunately, because of the injuries, that's the way it lines up right now.
I think it's interesting where Ron Porterfield is positioned, because Asdrubal Cabrera wanted to play yesterday, and they said no, let's take some time. Today I'm sure he wanted to play again, and now he's thinking, all right, maybe Friday. And Ron Porterfield, who does such a phenomenal job with the Rays as a head athletic trainer, and they're talking right now saying, let's just make sure you're not 90%. We want to get you closer to 100%.
Yeah, and he's been so steady at shortstop, and that was the point of emphasis, I think, right from the very beginning in that battle for shortstop. Make the plays that are supposed to be made. He's done that and more. Cabrera, he's played a very solid shortstop for the Rays. Down to third, backhanded by Seager, and the throw bounces in, scooped by Morrison to get Geyer. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3 in the fourth. On to the fifth, 3-2 Tampa Bay. Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife by Kubota. For more information, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. Buy Checkers. Get Checkers authentic Philly cheesesteak or try the new meatball sub. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. "3-2 Rays lead this one as we go to the fifth inning." And here's Todd Callis. Todd?
Dwayne, thank you. Alex Colomé has turned his night around after a tough first inning. He threw 38 pitches in that first inning, and in the next three, he has also thrown a total of 38 pitches as he starts the 5th here with the top of the order in Austin Jackson. There's a called strike on the outer half, 0-1.
Well, the Rays start to get some action down there in the bullpen. You see Cedeno and Geltz. We mentioned Colomé has not broken the 100 mark in pitches in a game this year. The Rays with this 1-run lead. You know, here we are in the 5th, and we've seen them think about this and do this before. Start to really play matchup with their bullpen early in the middle of the game.
That pitch way up, all the way to the backstop on the fly.
Yeah, that'll make you reluctant to dig in as that got away from Colomé.
That pitch might have been high even if the hitter was standing at the backstop. 2-1. Here's a ball sent to right field. Geyer on the move to the track in front of the wall, makes the play. Pretty good carry on that fly ball to right off the bat of Austin Jackson, but Geyer makes the play for the first out. As a starter, you are aware when the bullpen is up and throwing, and you're also aware that you're in the 5th inning and you need 2 more outs to qualify for a win if your team holds on to this lead.
Well, a couple of very good left-handed hitters coming up now.
Seth Smith singled and scored a run his first time up. It was a run that was challenged, and ultimately the call stood, which was a call of safe by Brian Gorman at the plate, even though there looked like there could have been visual evidence that his foot never got to the plate on a great block by Rene Rivera. Behind in the count, 2-0. Colomé last start threw 87 pitches and 5 shutout innings against Oakland. Prior to that, 60 pitches and 3 1/3 against Minnesota. There's a strike poured over. It's 2-1.
Yeah, that's a big pitch down 2-0 to get back into the zone with Cano on deck.
In the air to left field, drifting back is Elmore in front of the track. He'll have plenty of room, and there's 2 away. Rays Flex Packs come with one of 8 great gifts of your choice, starting at just $59. Rays Flex Packs allow you to choose any 3, 6, or 9 games without a blackout date. Plus, you get half off parking when using the funds loaded on your Rays card. For details, visit RaysBaseball.com or call 888-BAN-RAYS. Rays wrap up this homestand tomorrow against the Seattle Mariners in quite a pitching matchup. King Felix Hernandez against Chris Archer. As Colomé will now deal with Robinson Cano with 2 outs and nobody on. Cano has been swinging a solid bat in this series. Singled his first time up, hit a bullet to center field that Kevin Kiermaier made a great diving catch on his last time. Had 2 hits last night. The Mariners have been waiting for Cano to find that stroke, and he looks pretty solid in this series. There's a pitch low, and it's 2-0.
Well, another big pitch for him with Cruz on deck, falling behind Cano. Colomé starting the 3rd time through the order.
We mentioned as far back as the 2nd inning that Kevin Cash, given the 38 pitch first inning for Colomé, would take 5 innings if he kept it at a 2-run game and be pleased. Well, Colomé is 1 out away from getting to that point, 87 pitches in, 2 outs here in the 5th. On the ground to first. Colome is going to have a 1-2-3 inning as he gets the top 3 hitters in the Mariners lineup. We head to the bottom of the 5th with the Rays holding on to a 3-2 lead. Field seating in the Papa John's bullpen box. Host your group of 50 to 85 in this private party area and leave long-lasting memories. To reserve the Papa John's bullpen box, contact Group Sales at 888-FAN-RAYS or email groupsales@raysbaseball.com or visit raysbaseball.com. Limited dates remain. Joey Butler takes a pitch away from Jay Happ to start the bottom half of the 5th inning.
Yeah, this will be interesting territory for Happ when you look at what he's done so far this year. 3rd time through the order. First couple times through, a really good order. 227 opponent's average. That goes to 294 the 3rd time through.
Butler's had some big hacks against Happ tonight. Doubled to right center field his first time. Struck out on a 3-2 pitch his last time up. Chases that fastball, 2-2.
Pitch up there tough for an aggressive hitter like Butler to refrain from going after it. Double up there. The Rays make such great use of pitching up in the zone, so long as you keep it high enough.
Up the middle, base hit. Joey Butler, a leadoff single. He has 2 hits tonight. That'll bring up Evan Longoria, riding that 9-game hitting streak, looking for his first hit tonight. He has flied out to center field a couple of times.
You know, I think Butler's hit a couple of off-speed pitches tonight. A changeup in the first at bat, and then I think a little breaking ball there to take that one up the middle.
Longoria trying to do something tonight that Kevin Kiermaier was unable to do last night, and that no Rays hitter in 2014 was able to do all season. And that is have a double-digit hitting streak. Hard to imagine you can go a whole year without one guy getting to a 10-game hitting streak, but that was the case last year. And there is a line drive, and there it is. For the first time since the 2013 season, a Ray has a 10-game hitting streak as Evan Longoria singles to center, putting runners on first and second.
Well, this is where Happ has run into some difficulty. 3rd time through, And the Rays open the bottom of the 5th with back-to-back singles, presenting another scoring opportunity.
Well, the Rays co-leader in RBIs on the season, Logan Forsythe, been hit by a pitch, scored a run, singled his last time up. And there's a pitch down low to Forsythe to start this at bat 1-0. Wayne mentioned the batting average against a third time through, and the Rays start with back-to-back singles, trying to add to this 3-2 lead. Jay Happ is used to being in tight games. 5 of his last 6 starts have been one-run games at the end. There is a strike on the inner half. 2-0 Seattle at the top of the first inning. The Rays came back to score 2 in the bottom of the first and then added a run in the third. All the runs driven in by Jake Elmore. And all the runs prior to tonight in the last 3 games have been driven in by the guy at the plate now, Logan Forsythe.
Yeah, that's a pretty fine pitch right there. Just getting the strike zone on that 1-1 pitch. That's one of those pivotal counts.
Two and two. Tim Beckham on deck. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Jay Happ. Doesn't have a lot of strikeouts tonight. That's his third, his first since the second inning.
There he went away and then in and back out there to get Forsythe on strikes. And that pitch off the plate, but up. And he got Forsythe to chase it.
So here's Tim Beckham trying to add to that lead for the Rays. Beckham went 1 for 3 and was hit by a pitch last night in his return to Tampa Bay. In the air to right field. Smith will have a play. And there's 2 away. So after back-to-back hits, the runners stay at first and second, and now 2 outs. Our T-Mobile game changer is Jake Elmore. Tonight, 2 for 2. Couple of singles, 3 RBIs. Last night, 2 for 2. Couple of doubles, a walk. This guy's done everything since coming back.
Yeah, career high 3 RBIs tonight. Taking care of all of the Rays offense.
Elmore has 6 runs batted in this season in 17 at-bats. And in his career, he hasn't had a ton of playing time for any one season, but 7 is his all-time high in terms of RBIs, and that came in 68 at-bats with the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2012. In 2013, he had 6 RBIs and 120 ABs for Houston. So RBIs per plate appearance pretty strong for Elmore, although this time he pops one up. Should be playable. Morrison over in foul territory, squeezes, so a couple of singles to lead off the inning are stranded, and we're through 5 with the Rays leading 3-2. the first inning for both sides.
Well, a 38 pitch first for Alex Colomé, and it was Seth Smith who drove in the first run, and then Kyle Seager got the run home here on a contested play. The Rays challenged it and lost that challenge. And they came right back with 2 in the bottom of the first when Jake Elmore singled into right, scoring Butler and Forsythe. And it was Elmore again in the third, driving in a run to give the Rays a 3-2 lead. And Colomé, Alex Colomé, has settled in after a very difficult first inning. The Rays do have the bullpen up as we go to the 6th, so will they let him pitch to Cruz and then make the move? We'll see what they do.
He's allowed 1 hit and 1 walk since the first, as he leads off Cruz with a pitch down low, 1-0. There's definitely a tight leash on Colomé this inning. Figured they'd be pleased with 5, and anything beyond that would be a welcome bonus, as he will throw his 90th pitch of the game right here. This is certainly a growth moment for Colomé, regardless of what happens in this inning. He was a guy in trouble on the ropes, got a big double play to get out of the trouble in the first inning with only 2 runs allowed, and since then nothing. Last night, Jake Odorizzi was able to recover after a tough first inning, 2 runs in the first, and he went through 7. Tonight, Colomé trying to work here into the 6th inning and hold this 3-2 lead. 2-1 to count on the dangerous Nelson Cruz. There's a called strike.
That's a nice pitch there to square it, like a little cutter. That's a very good pitch.
Cutter's been a big pitch for him in this game. Really helped settle him in after that tough first. Cruz looks at that one, and now a full count. Cruz, Kyle Seager, Logan Morrison due up. Kevin Cash looking intently right next to his pitching coach Jim Hickey. Colomé has not reached 100 pitches on the season in any start. Swing and a miss, and a big strikeout for Alex Colomé. And Dwayne, you called it, 1 batter and done. Colomé gets Nelson Cruz, and his night is over, and it ends in fine fashion.
Well, that was something to get the dangerous Nelson Cruz, who had laid off a couple of cutters and then chased the cutter on 3-2. And a great recovery for Alex Colomé tonight.
The young right-hander, 26 years of age, will learn a lot from this start. He leaves with a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, he leaves with a chance to win his 4th game of the year, and after a very difficult first in which he made 38 pitches and was touched for a couple of runs and pitched his way out of it. He got a big double play ball from Castillo to get out of that. And then, boy, did he settle in after that. A 1-2-3 second. Gave up a 2-out single in the 3rd. 2-out walk in the 4th. A 1-2-3 5th. And then got Nelson Cruz to start the 6th. So a great job of recovering and competing tonight for Colome.
Xavier Cedeno is the new pitcher for the Rays, and he gets a high fly ball off the bat of Kyle Seager for the 2nd out of the inning. Cedeno has been close to perfect this year for Tampa Bay.
Yeah, 14th appearance, and just recently scored upon. See, 9 strikeouts in his 13 appearances. Now in 9 full innings after that popper off the curveball by Seager.
Facing Logan Morrison here with 2 outs and nobody on. Breaking ball for a called strike. Consider this with Colome's night. 6 batters in. The Mariners led 2-0 after the Logan Morrison walk and had the bases loaded, and there was just 1 out. Beyond that, after that inning, nobody else reached second. There is a good pitch by Cedeno and a swing and a miss, and Cedeno ahead of the count 0-2.
You see that pitch just take off and break right away from Morrison.
Tried it again. This time Morrison did not offer, and it's 1-2. That inning and that game had a chance to really get away from Alex Colome. And not only was he able to end that inning, but he was able to reboot and go 5 1/3 innings and give his team and himself a chance at a victory. Cedeno trying to get the last out of this inning. 1-2 pitch popped in the air, foul. Might be playable, but Beckham has a long run. Can Tim get there? No. He was looking at the dugout. He was looking at the baseball, and it landed just about a foot away from where he ended up at the end.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of the shift. The shift works to the Rays' advantage so often, but when you overload that right side and you have one man, in this case Beckham, on the left side, he's got such ground to cover. He just could not get there in time despite the hang time.
One and two the count on Logan Morrison. 2 outs, top half of the 6th inning. Rays leading 3-2. Trying to even up this homestand at 3 games apiece. There's a close pitch taken by Morrison, a little low, 2-2.
Yeah, you started to see not only Cedeno think he had that pitch, but a couple of the infielders were convinced he did as well.
We saw Geltz warming earlier. A lot of lefties in this lineup for Seattle. You figured Cedeno would be a key weapon in this series at some point. 2-2, ball ripped in the right field. Geyer goes to cut it off, and he does, holding Morrison to a line single with 2 outs. And with the catcher, Wellington Castillo, due up, a right-hand hitter, Xavier Cedeno's night is over, and Steve Geltz will come on with 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Rays leading 3-2. New pitcher coming up. Tampa Bay leading 3-2. Let's check in with Emily Austin.
Todd, one thing you love to see is when the players raise up and get out in the community. Infielder Logan Forsythe and relief pitcher Kevin Jepson paid a visit to All Children's Hospital right here in St. Petersburg this morning. It's so cool that they're not only coming to the ballpark at night, but they're making an impact in the morning as well with some of these kids. Look at Forsythe playing some Legos with Anthony there. Great to see them out there in the community. Todd?
Rays are able to get out and about whenever they can. It was good to see Kevin Cash also participating before the game. There's Kevin Jepson. The way this game's setting up, it looks like he could be on for some work as well, as Steve Geltz takes over here in the 6th, facing Wellington Castillo. 1-0 the count to the Mariners catcher. The backup for Seattle had been Jesus Sucre, who spelled Mike Zunino whenever he had a breather, but Zunino doesn't take a lot of time off, and Sucre just wasn't getting many hits in the few starts he had. So Wellington Castillo acquired from the Cubs. Here's a chopper towards Evan Longoria. On 2 big hops, he makes the throw to second for the force out on Morrison, and Geltz gets out of the 6th inning for Tampa Bay. We head to the bottom of the 6th, 3-2. June 18th, an American tradition comes to Fox and Fox Sports 1 for the first time ever as the greatest golfers in the world converge on the Pacific Northwest for a chance to stamp their names in their history books. Exclusive coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship live from Chambers Bay Golf Course begins June 18th on Fox Sports 1 Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Kevin Kiermaier takes a pitch in the dirt for a ball. 1-0 as Jay Happ begins his 6th inning of work. Kiermaier looking for his first hit of this series, playing against a couple of lefty starters the last 2 nights, with Steven Souza Jr. nursing that sore wrist. Kiermaier has been in center. Now he's ahead of the count 2-0. The count. Kiermaier, the former Mariner Nick Franklin, and Rene Rivera, the first 3 due up for the Rays here, trying to extend this 3-2 lead. Rays will be heading to Seattle next weekend as you see Kevin Jepson loosening up in the Tampa Bay bullpen. Jepson figures to pitch the 7th. Rays love that formula when they get a lead late. Here's a ball into center field. Should be easy for Austin Jackson. And Kiermaier retired for the 3rd time.
Number 2, Nick Franklin.
Pretty time of year when you head up to Seattle in June, and that's what the U.S. Open will see. And you'll be able to watch it all on Fox Sports and Fox Sports 1. Seattle is home during that U.S. Open weekend. It'll be a busy time up there in the Seattle metropolitan area. Here's Nick Franklin. He has flied to center a couple of times. That pitch misses way outside, 1-0. Franklin trying to snap an 0 for 14. Had a couple of hits in that game in Atlanta when he came back off the DL, but has been looking to get back in the hit column since. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Franklin had a few at-bats extra that he wasn't expecting, hitting right-handed in his minor league rehab as he faced the Blue Jays' Daniel Norris, who Tampa Bay saw earlier this year up in Toronto. There's a foul tip, and it's 1-2.
Happ trying to go at least 6 innings for the 7th time in the 9 starts he's made. The last time out it was a 2-inning stint in what turned out to be a rain-shortened outing. Started and then had a 2-hour rain delay, which put an end to his night.
He had given up a grand slam to Steve Pearce in that game, accounting for all the runs. And then rain fell heavily at Camden Yards, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Pitch number 101 misses away. It's 2-2. 103 2 starts ago against the Red Sox, the high water mark of the season for Happ. He will get there tonight as there is no action in the Seattle bullpen. In the air, slicing to right field. Seth Smith on the run, makes the catch right on the edge of the warning track for out number 2. So Franklin retired for the second out here in the 6th inning. Last night's game was 4-1 in favor of Seattle. Total of 5 runs scored in that game. Tonight is 3-2 as we play in the bottom of the 6th in favor of the Rays. Last year, these Mariners and Rays averaged less than 6.5 runs combined per game. Not unusual when we see these two pitching staffs matching up that we see low scoring and close games as Rivera fouls one into the crowd, 0-1. Now as Happ has exceeded his previous high pitch count of the season, he's now at 104. We get bullpen action for the Mariners. One and one. Mariners made a move today with Austin Jackson being activated from the DL, where Danny Farquhar was optioned back to the minor league. So Seattle, at least for now, working with a 6-man bullpen. You don't see that very often. The Rays have been 7-man for most of the season. They went to an 8-man bullpen for a while. You don't often see a 6-man bullpen. And part of the reason they are able to is the starters for Seattle have done such a good job going deep into games. 1-2 the count on Rivera.
Now Happ missed his spot there. He wanted to come in, and he was across the plate there.
Rivera getting a chance to see back-to-back lefty starters, has doubled to the wall each night in this series. Now ball in the dirt, and the count evens up.
And you could see Castillo asking for that down. Well, it was down, but more so than Castillo was asking for. So the last couple pitches, 2 pretty good misses by a broad margin.
Could be the last hitter for Happ as he misses away, and it's 3-2. Next pitch will be his 110th, and it will complete the 3rd time through the lineup. Top of the order, Brandon Guyer on deck. Good at bat here from Rivera, staying alive. It's 3-2. Rays tied up this game in the bottom of the first, a 45-minute first inning. Seattle scored 2 in the top half. Rays scored 2 in the bottom half. 38 and 34 pitches used for both pitchers. Here's a ball on the ground. Seager's automatic from there. His throw across the diamond in time, and that'll do it for the Rays. A 1-2-3 6th inning for Jay Happ. We head to the 7th. Tampa Bay 3, Seattle 2. Trailing in this game. Tonight's great moment in Rays history presented by Geico. On this day in 2005, Hideo Nomo goes 7 1/3 innings, allows 1 run on 5 hits as Tampa Bay in Oakland defeats the Athletics 2-1. The old Devil Rays green there on the road as Nomo is a Geico moment in history. And the new pitcher for the Rays is Kevin Jepsen, taking over here in the 7th inning, appearing for the 22nd time on the year. ERA of 1.86 on the season as he takes over here in the 7th with the Rays leading by 1. And to take us the rest of the way, Dwayne Stats.
Todd, thank you very much. And I will have to say I like the Rays blue a little better.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Devil Rays green didn't quite cut it. It's okay at the time. We have something better now.
And we go to the 7th with Brad Miller about to step in against Kevin Jepsen. He is pitcher number 4 for Kevin Cash tonight. Miller 0 for 1 with a walk, and the first pitch is the fastball up. A lot of hard stuff from Jepsen. High octane fastball and the hard curve. Jepsen coming over, as you know, from the Angels, so he has had plenty of exposure to the Seattle ball club. Miller 1 out of 2 against him. And it's a popper. Beckham at short calling for it. That'll be the first out in the 7th inning. Well, this is the formula for the Rays. Get the lead, match up in the bullpen if you have to, and then you get into that 7, 8, and 9 where you're thinking maybe Jepsen, maybe McGee, maybe Boxberger. That's the formula.
The problem with a 3-game losing streak is you never want to have one. The silver lining is the 7, 8, 9 guys haven't been used since Friday, and there is an off day coming up after the game tomorrow, so you can pretty much count if you have the lead on these guys being well rested and able to go for the next 2.
And a breaking ball in there for a strike on the first pitch to Chris Taylor, who has grounded out to Longoria at third and has struck out.
The only guy you would wonder about is McGee because they haven't gone to him back to back yet this year, but he's getting closer.
And there's another one This time catching the outside part of the plate. Tough location. 0-2 the count. There's Jake getting up. McGee busy in the Rays bullpen. Well, Helmson up in the left field bullpen for Seattle. Jepson goes up, taken for a ball. Well, Helmson had just gotten up in the bottom of the sixth, then back again. That's low. Hard curve off the fastball. And it's 2-2. Austin Jackson is on deck. And a cut and a miss late on the fastball at 96. So a little something extra on that one for the strikeout.
You want to see a perfect pitch. Here it is. Rene Rivera set up on the outside corner, and that pitch is a perfect spot. Outside corner, 2 strikes, no chance for the young shortstop.
2 up, 2 down. Now we go to the top of the order, Austin Jackson. And Jackson is 2 for 4 with the walk against Jepson in his career. The fastball is high. So far tonight, Jackson 1 for 3. He's singled and scored in the first. That's a strike in the second inning against Colomé. The Rays actually had a shift on for Jackson with Franklin on the shortstop side of second, and he hit the ball right to him this time. Franklin back a step or so, but still on the right side of the bag. Now 1-2.
Jepson's been battling a little bit of issue with control the last 10 appearances, 10 walks, but tonight Rene Rivera has been setting the target, and Jepson has been right there. It's been good to see him pound the zone.
Two balls, 2 strikes. That's Seth Smith on deck. And he got him. Blew him up with a fastball at 94. 7th inning stretch, 3-2 Rays. Half of the 7th inning. Hope you were with us earlier when we chatted with Matt Moore, plodding his way back from Tommy John surgery. Rays will begin a road trip Friday, taking on the Baltimore Orioles. And that's when Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers, will feature Doug Wechter breaking down Manny Machado and Evan Longoria. And we'll hear from Nathan Carnes as the Rays begin a lengthy road trip. First stop is in Baltimore against the Orioles. Tom Wilhelmsen is the new pitcher. 6 innings for Happ. And it'll be the top of the order against this tall right-hander. Brandon Guyer fouls it right back for a strike. Guyer, Butler, and Longoria do. Rays leading 3-2. A 2-strike count.
Mariners really missed having this guy when he went on the DL with a hyperextended right elbow. He is not allowed a run since coming back from the DL. 6 2/3 shutout innings. You can see in those 5 appearances. Mariners bullpen was so good in 2014. They haven't been quite as sharp this year.
Ground ball short. Taylor scoops and throws on the run. Wilhelmsen made 55 appearances out of the bullpen last year and a couple starts for them. Joey Butler's on his way to the plate. Butler a 2-hit night and a run scored. He doubled and scored in the first inning. And he has another hit right back through the middle, and Butler's 3 for 4.
Now here's a guy with limited playing time that now is hitting over 400 in his last 12 games. Butler getting a chance to see some lefties in back-to-back starts, but now against the hard-throwing righty, Wilhelmsen singles up the middle.
Well, he's waited a long time for an opportunity. Really a couple brief appearances in the big leagues. But now getting a chance for a little more playing time given the injury situation with the Rays. And here's Evan Longoria. He shoots it back toward the corner. Headed that way is Miller, and the ball is a foul ball. Just cut foul right down the line. Well, Miller going over there trying to make a play on it. And the Rays want to talk that one over with Jerry Lane.
Dwayne, remember last night you said sometimes the fielder gives away whether or not he feels like he tagged the runner or hit the bag. The way Miller reacted, he feels like this is a fair ball, and it is. He absolutely touched it in fair territory, pushed it to the line, and it still hit the line. Now it's a matter of where do you place the runners. More than likely, it's going to be a double in second and third, but this one has to be overturned because he touched it and it still stayed fair.
Well, the Rays, who lost a challenge earlier, and you know the story, how difficult it's been for the Rays to prevail, and this one seems to be a cinch winner for the Rays.
Miller got right up, chased the baseball. He knew it was fair. Butler had to hold up rounding second, so he'll probably be placed at third. They probably won't send him all the way home. This is one of the judgment areas when you have a live ball. You have to assume where that runner would have been had the ball kept in play. But this one absolutely needs to be overturned. I can't imagine this not being overturned because he touched it in fair territory, and it was still fair after he deflected it towards foul territory. So it should be second and third with one out. An outside shot, the Rays get a run out of this, but I don't think so. I think the longer part of this review, Dwayne, is going to be looking at the overhead shot.
Placing runners.
And trying to place the runner.
Yep, I think you're right.
And it will be hard to score Butler. I don't know if we're going to have a shot of it, but Butler had stopped. He had rounded second, and when Miller looked like he might make the catch, he stopped. and his momentum was nowhere close to third. So it would be really hard to assume Butler was going to score on that play because Miller got up right away.
The Rays are 3 of 18 when it comes to adjudicating these situations and coming up winners. And you would certainly think that this would be the 4th time that they may prevail.
Again, the easy part of this should be overturning the call. The tougher part is just making sure where the runners go. It's probably going to be second and third.
In which case they would be there with 1 out. And Logan Forsythe coming up. And that's exactly what they're going to do. It'll be a double for Longoria.
I think Kevin just wants to get the explanation of how you place the runner. I think it's an accurate call. I don't think you can assume Butler's going to score on that play. It's a judgment call. You look at where the runner was, and if Butler had run the whole way and was nearing third base, then you may have an argument. But I really don't think the Rays had much of an argument there.
So that ball just down the left field line, and Miller touched it in fair territory. And after that, it stayed fair. So that's the 9th hit for the Rays, and boy, what a great opportunity now to score a run or two late. Here's Logan Forsythe. Cut and a miss, strike 1. Second hit of the game for Longoria, who had already extended his hitting streak to 10 with a 5th inning single. That's his 11th double. Charlie Furbush, the lefty, up in the pen. Take down, 1-1.
Logan Forsythe just looking for some solid contact with the infield end, trying to scoot one through. He has struck out both times he has faced Wilhelmsen.
And he takes it in, 2-1. A pop up, shallow center. Cano out, now in from right. Smith makes the catch, and the runners have to hold at second and third. Cano trying to get out there from second base. Jackson coming in, and it was Smith, who was a bit more shallow in right, came on to make the grab.
Too much hang time on that pop up by Forsythe. Cano did have a long way to run after being in on the infield, and now Tim Beckham would come up with a big hit here if he can find a way to manage a hit against Wilhelmsen. The Rays would love to see this 1-run game change to 3.
Beckham walked his first time up. Pitch down. Pitch in the mid-90s. Had a little finish on it. Out of the zone. Really resulted in Castillo making a jabbing reception. Pitch, some action down as well, and Beckham missed it by plenty. 1-1. Rays trying to add to a 1-run lead. 2 men on, both in scoring position, with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. That's a strike. 1-2. Count holds at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, replay hasn't been around that long, but just imagine a few years ago how unfortunate this inning would have been. You seem like it's part of the game now, but that was clearly a double. The Rays might have had a big argument.
Yeah, and what it's done is cut down on ejections.
Yeah. I think Kevin Cash may have had some difficult discussions had that ball been called that way before replay.
Swing and a miss. So Wilhelmsen strikes out Beckham, and the Rays leave 2. We go to the 8th, 3-2 Rays. Game summary brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. Seattle with 2 in the first. The Rays came back to tie it with 2 in their first on a base hit by Jake Elmore and grabbed the lead on another Jake Elmore RBI single in the third. And we go now to the 8th with Jake McGee on the hill for the Rays, making his 4th appearance. Seth Smith is due up, and Ricky Weeks will pinch hit for him. Smith, a left-handed hitter, will not be facing McGee, and here is Weeks. The pitch is a strike. Colomé, Cedeno, Geltz, Jepson, and now McGee. Colomé worked the first 5 1/3. 1-1. Jake worked in the Oakland series. Pitched Thursday 1 inning and picked up 2 strikeouts. That was the combination 6-hit shutout by the Rays staff, and Colomé started that game. 2-1 now. That was Colomé for 5, then Geltz, Jepson, McGee, and Boxberger. And Kevin Cash would like that same scenario here tonight. And Cedeno follow Colomé, then Geltz, then Jepson, and now McGee. And Jake is behind 3-1 to the pinch hitter, Ricky Weeks.
Weeks has never faced Jake before, and he hadn't played in a game since he started in left field on Saturday. So nothing like 3 days without an AB and then get in there against one of the toughest lefties in the game.
And a ground ball up the middle, grabbed by Franklin, but there's no play. Franklin kept it from going through, but no chance, and Weeks has a pinch hit single.
Second baseman,
That'll be the 7th Seattle hit.
Your attention, please.
We'll get a pinch runner for him. Bloomquist will run. Follow the Rays all season in 2015 with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. At bat, up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. Robinson Cano at the plate. And the pitch is a strike. So Willie Bloomquist running at first. And McGee misses. 1-1. Ball 2 is down. 2-1. That pitch at 94. Cano 2 of 9 in his career against Jake McGee. And misses that one at 94. Runner at first. Nobody out in the 8th in a 1-run ball game. Cano fouls it out of play. And Nelson Cruz on deck. It's the heart of this order with Cano up here, Cruz next, then Seager. Another foul ball out of play.
When Jay came back off the DL, the Rays used him every other day for his first 3 outings, starting in Minnesota on the 17th, then again the 19th, and then the first game of this homestand on the 21st. But now he hasn't pitched since that opening game of the series, working like Alex Colomé on the same number of days rest. And at some point the Rays will be comfortable using McGee back-to-back, and he'll be in there basically the same games you would anticipate Kevin Jepsen and Brad Boxberger are in there. But right now the Rays have been reluctant coming back off the injury to throw him in back-to-back games.
And another foul. So Cano, who had the extended at bat, a 10-pitch at bat in the first before he singled, got the same MO going here in the 8th against the hard-throwing left-hander Jake McGee.
Cano's so good at making contact. He has to start early against McGee, but he's been able to swing at some pitches outside the zone and stay alive.
Into left. That ball's going to fall in front of Elmore. And the Mariners have the first 2 men on. So a base hit after the extended at bat. 2 on, nobody out.
Middle of the plate there. The Rays wanted this on the outer half, and Cano fought it off and able to drop it right in front of Elmore.
And now it'll be Nelson Cruz. Threat by Seattle. This is why you hated to see the Rays not be able to cash in on second and third, 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. But that's history now, and Brad Boxberger gets up in the bullpen. Pitch a little wide to Nelson Cruz, 1-0. Cruz 3 of 8 in his career against Jake. He takes a strike. 1-1. And a big cut and a miss there.
That is just strength on strength. Here's my best fastball. There's your best swing. Advantage McGee on that pitch.
One-two. Fouled out of play.
Tonight we've seen Jake living right around the mid-90s, 94. We've seen him a little higher than that, but still working back, coming off that injury. Times he can get it up to 96, 97.
Couple of hits to start the inning. Bloomquist is the runner at second and Cano at first. Ground ball second, and it gets away from Franklin, and everybody's going to be safe. Boy, the Rays had the double play right there, and the last couple nights their defense has betrayed them, and here's a case that enables the Mariners to load the bases with nobody out.
This hurts. This is a double play, 2 hops right there. And that would have been 2 outs, a runner on third base in a 1-run game. Instead, it's bases loaded, nobody. That is a big-time mistake.
Now, this has been such a strength of this club catching the ball. But they were not able to do that last night. And this potentially a very big miscue with Kyle Seager now stepping in with the bases loaded and nobody out. Seager hits a high drive deep to right. Geyer will go back, and that one is gone. A grand slam on the first pitch to Seager.
Nobody on the Mariners roster had an extra base hit in their career against Jake McGee until Seager just unloaded on the biggest blast of the night. Mid-90s fastball, inner part of the plate, and Seager does not miss it. He had been 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts against McGee prior to that. And that is taking advantage of a mistake in a big way.
His second career grand slam. Seager, prior to this against McGee, was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, but connected on the very first pitch following the error. And now the Rays trail by 3.
The middle of the infield defense for Tampa Bay has been such a strength this year, with Forsythe at second and Cabrera at short. One of the reasons the Rays started the night in first place. And one of the things the Rays have been doing is not giving teams extra outs. Last night, tonight, when you go back to that first inning, it was called an error on Rivera, but it was a ball that really could have been fielded, and Austin Jackson should have been out trying to steal. The middle of the infield has given Seattle extra outs, and it's really cost the Rays.
Well, here's Logan Morrison. And the pitch is a strike. 4-run eighth on one swing of the bat. And here's Morrison sending a shot to deep center, but it'll be caught by Kiermaier. So that's the first out. So Morrison is retired. And Kevin Cash will come out with Castillo, the catcher, due. Frieri's been throwing in the bullpen. And he will get the call. We'll be back in a moment. Unleashes a grand slam in the 8th inning. So it's now 6-3. Here's some of the Rays' defensive letdown. That all came in the first inning. And then the double play ball here in the 8th that was misplayed. The Rays have been charged with 2 errors, easily could have been charged with 3. Last night charged with 1, and they easily could have been charged with 2 critical errors in that game. Ernesto Frieri facing Castillo, and that will make the count 1-1.
You know, McGee was struggling a little bit getting behind the count and missing with his spots, but he easily could have had a double play there and had a runner on third and 2 outs. You never know how you attack a hitter in that case, whether you go after him differently, looking for the final out of the inning. And he hadn't pitched, not to make excuses, hadn't pitched in 5 days, and there's a little rust out there. But unfortunately, that was a big mistake that Seattle took advantage of.
Pop foul back. That's going to be out of play. The Yankees have beaten Kansas City 5-1. Teixeira hit that early home run, his 14th of the year. Finished the night with 4 runs batted in. Warren gets the win to even his record at 3-3. The Rays had a half-game lead, and now that has evaporated. 2-2 the count right now. And the Rays with 2 shots left tonight, and they trail by 3. Liner into center, charged by Kiermaier, and he's got it full speed ahead. Kiermaier coming straight in from center field, laying out to make the grab. 2 away.
On a night when the middle of the infield defense hasn't been so good, the middle of the outfield defense has been spectacular. Kevin Kiermaier with his 2nd diving catch of the evening. This one not quite as strong as the Robinson Cano robbery back in the 3rd inning, but still very impressive.
Brad Miller. That pitch is low. Miller, nothing out of 2 with a walk. 1-1. Swinging over the changeup. That runs it to 1-2.
One thing to keep in mind if you think about the Mariners bullpen is they have used their setup man Carson Smith 3 of the last 4 nights, as well as their closer Fernando Rodney 3 of the last 4 nights.
Now 2-2.
So right now nobody up in the Seattle bullpen. Means Wilhelmsen will at least start the bottom of the 8th.
That runs the count full. Frieri worked an inning in Sunday's game against Oakland and gave up a run. It came on a home run by Josh Reddick. And he walks Miller. Third walk of the night issued by Rays pitching. And that means Chris Taylor will be the 8th hitter to bat in this inning for Seattle. Right now in the East, the Rays and the Yankees have identical records. They're the only teams in the division over 500. Baltimore lost, so the Orioles are 20-23. Miller back in. Runner goes. The pitch is a strike, and the throw will not be in time. Miller picks up his 4th stolen base of the year.
Miller stole that one on Frieri. Got a really nice jump. Rivera continues to throw the ball very well to second base. Watch this jump. There he goes. And Rivera puts one right there. But no chance.
Strike on the outside edge. 0-2. Elsewhere in the division, the Twins got a couple runs in the first on Clay Buchholz. They're batting in the 2nd inning at home over the Red Sox, and it's 2-1 Minnesota. And the White Sox batting in the 9th inning at Toronto, leading the Blue Jays 9-7. That's been a game back and forth between the White Sox and the Blue Jays. A 1-2 count on Chris Taylor. That's a strike on the outside corner to retire the side. But a big inning in the 8th, 4-run score, and the Mariners lead 6-3. So they carry the 6-3 lead into the bottom of the 8th in the game tonight and all season long. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Well, here we go into the bottom of the 8th, and it's Jake Elmore to lead off against Wilhelmsen. And the pitch is down. Wilhelmsen started the 7th, not throwing the ball all that well as you look at Ackley in left, and Bloomquist is over in right field. Fly ball center field. And that's going to be caught by Jackson for the out. Wilhelmsen, not where he wanted to be early in the 7th, but he finished the inning strong, and he's gotten Elmore here to lead off the 8th. And now the left-handed bat of Kiermaier due up. And Lloyd McClendon's going to play matchup here with the left-handed bat of Kevin Kiermaier. So a call to the bullpen for Seattle.
Leads the Rays 6-3 and win or lose. Make sure you join myself, Orestes Estrada, and Doug Wechter. We'll be in left field perch, bringing you the Rays Live post-game show brought to you by Checkers. We'll discuss all the happenings in a back-and-forth game tonight between the M's and the Rays, and we'll have interviews from the clubhouse as well, courtesy of Emily Austin. Join us, Rays Live post-game after the game. Guys.
All right, there's Kyle Seager. He hit the big blow, the grand slam in the top of the 8th, and now Charlie Furbush is on. His first pitch, Kiermaier, the hitter, and that's a strike.
Furbush in his 19th game out of the Mariners bullpen has been excellent for them. He'll feature a lot of sliders to lefties. Against righties, a 2-to-1 split with fastball to slider, but against lefties, more than 50% of those that you saw in that first pitch.
0-2. Furbush was in 67 games last year for Seattle. Kiermaier 0 for 3 against the left-handed starter Jay Happ, and now facing the lefty out of the bullpen. And with Furbush entering the game, Mark Lowe gets up down the left field line. It stayed in. It's 2-2. Nick Franklin on deck.
Seattle may piece this thing together a little differently tonight. Just mentioned that Smith and Rodney have been used a lot. 2 games in Toronto, 2 of the 3, and then last night as well.
Popper down the right field line. Morrison hustling hard back to the infield and cannot come up with it. Took a stab with that first baseman's mitt. Well, that would have been quite a catch moving in that direction.
Gave it a great effort. It would have been a remarkable play had he made it over the shoulder, and you're trying to pick the ball up in the roof, and just a really difficult play to make.
Kiermaier 2-2, and he lifts this one into center. Austin Jackson takes care of this one as well.
Second baseman, number 2, Nick Franklin.
Nick Franklin will turn around to bat right-handed against Furbush. Franklin 0 for 3 today. A roller to the right side, picked up by Cano to throw to first in time. 1-2-3 go the Rays, and we go into the ninth. 6-3 Seattle. For Lightning Live, it follows Rays Live, the post game. Lightning Live featuring extensive coverage of Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Playoffs Eastern Conference Finals. To the ninth we go. Ernesto Frieri on the hill facing Austin Jackson. He bounces it to short. Beckham makes this play in routine fashion. And that's out number 1. It's going to get the pinch runner from the 8th inning. Stayed on to play right field, Willie Bloomquist. He will get an at-bat in the 9th. By the way, Fernando Rodney is up in the bullpen down the left field line for Seattle. Pitch is a strike. One and one. Popped up right side. Forsythe after it. Front of the dugout, and he makes the catch for the second out. That White Sox Blue Jays game we told you about has just come to an end. The Blue Jays scored 3 in the bottom of the 9th to win it 10-9. Between the two teams, there were 4 3-run innings in that game. And a couple 2-run innings, just for good measure. The White Sox had scored 3 in the 8th to take the lead, 9-7. And the Blue Jays scored 3 in the bottom of the 9th to win it 10-9. Josh Donaldson hit his second home run of the night, a 3-run walk-off.
Wow.
To win it for the Blue Jays. Strike the count on Robinson Cano. Into left. Elmore is there to catch it. 1, 2, 3 in the 9th. Go the Seattle Mariners, and the Rays come in for their final shot. The bottom of the 9th, and the Rays will be facing the former Rays closer, Fernando Rodney. Rodney finished the game last night.
13 of 14 in saves this year. 48 saves in his first season with the Mariners in 2014. Gives him 146 since joining the Rays in 2012, which is the most in the American League over that span. You can see those single season records, the magic number of 48 for him both with the Rays and with the Mariners, setting franchise marks for both teams. Talked to him before the game, and he said last night that arrow went up into the roof, it through the roof, and he said it kept the rain away, which in Fernando's world makes a lot of sense. You live in a dome when you play here, but in his world, that arrow somehow kept the rain away at Tropicana Field.
Well, they don't pay him to explain his weather forecast.
No, he's one of a kind. A very unique personality.
David DeJesus will pinch hit for Rivera to open the bottom of the 9th. And the Rays need a couple base runners to have a chance. The pitch is a strike. Happ works 6. Wilhelmsen, who's the pitcher of record, an inning and a third. Furbush 2/3, and now it's Rodney. He quickly is ahead of DeJesus. Well, this one, if it finishes this way, it's a tough one to take for the Rays. Tough to let this one get away. A great recovery by Alex Colomé in the first. The Rays, on the strength of a 3 RBI night by Jake Elmore, had taken the 3-2 lead. And they had the bullpen lined up, ready to go. Didn't work. 1-2, line the other way, and a base hit for DeJesus. Well, he continues to swing a very hot bat for the Rays.
David hit a tying home run against Fernando Rodney last year in Seattle when the Rays were able to score 2 and beat Fernando in a game at Safeco Field. That time took the fastball the other way. Fernando has given up some runs now. Even though he has 13 of 14 saves, he's allowed to run 5 times in his 8 May appearances.
Well, here's Brandon Guyer. Well, if the Rays can get a couple of guys on, they've got a chance to get down into the middle part of the lineup. Pitch is upstairs. Got Guyer up here now with Butler on deck, and after him, Evan Longoria. Ball 2 taken low.
That's the pitch that he normally gets the swing and miss on. That changeup. He's not afraid to throw it in any count, but a good take by Guyer, recognizing changeup and watching it go below the zone.
And a cut and a miss on the fastball. That fastball at 92. So his fastball down a little bit.
And we saw that a little bit in his second season with the Rays, where occasionally it would dip down into 91, 92, 93, and then seemingly like magic he could find it to 95, 96.
This one popping away. Start of a move, but DeJesus hangs on at first. Well, he tried to pump it up there a little bit on that fastball and the sacrifice command of it.
And you can see DeJesus reacting with Castillo, his buddy, when they were together with the Cubs. Thought he had a chance to take advantage of him on that pitch getting away, but in a 3-run game, you don't want to take any chances.
3-1, and it's lifted into short right field. That might fall. Will. A base hit. The Rays get 2 men aboard. Well, that's what they needed. Rays needed a couple on to have a chance, and now with DeJesus delivering a pinch hit single and Guyer dropping one into right. 2 men on with nobody out.
Didn't get a lot of it, but it was in the absolute perfect spot in between Morrison, Cano, and Bloomquist in shallow right field. No chance for anybody, and now the Rays have a shot with a tying run at the plate.
Well, Joey Butler's 3 for 4 tonight. He'll be up here. Butler had a base hit last night off Rodney. Took a fastball into right field, and just in case, Brad Boxberger starts to loosen. Butler, aggressive, started to go after that pitch, and it turned out to be a changeup. Could not hold up in time.
That's the secret to Fernando's success. Getting the hitters off balance, looking for a fastball and throwing that changeup.
He lays off this one. It's 1-1. Well, it's about a 50-50 proposition here. You're going to get one or the other.
He has allowed 3 home runs this year in 18 innings. The Rays could use number 4 in a big way.
And now he hits Butler, and the bases are loaded. Well, he's tried to pump up the fastball a couple times here, and he has sacrificed control of that pitch. The bases are loaded for Evan Longoria.
We mentioned this is his 4th appearance in the last 5 days. The fastball's been in the lower range of the 90s, 92. That one was 94, but without command. And now Longoria, who's had success recently against Rodney, a big spot in this game.
Bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th. Rays down by 3. And here's Longoria, 2 for 4 tonight. Castillo is going to chat with Rodney.
Evan, the first 4 at-bats of his career against Rodney was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. But since then, he is 3 for 6 with 2 doubles and a single. And he hit the ball pretty deep to the left fielder last night in his loaded bat against Rodney.
So the Rays get to the middle part of this order. Single, and a hit batter. And there's a strike. Finding the zone at 95 with that one. Having a big cut on that fastball. He was trying to end it. Looking for the hard stuff. He got it at 94, missed it. And that one is low and away. Checks in time. Gibson on the appeal down there at first, says he held up. High fly ball back into left. That's got some carry to the wall, and it's going to be off the wall. Bounding toward the infield. DeJesus has scored. Guyer scores. It's a double for Longoria, sending Butler to third, and that makes it 6-5. Longoria got some great carry on that one. Didn't miss going out by much off the top of the wall. And now it's a one-run ball game.
Evan Longoria missed a walk-off grand slam by less than 5 feet. He went out and got that fastball and pulled it and just missed ending this game. I mean a foot away from a walk-off grand slam. And the Rays in business, though, down by 1 after the Evan Longoria double.
Evan's 3rd hit of the night. Boy, he came close. Very close to getting that one out of here. And the deficit is only 1 now, with runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. Lloyd McClendon makes a trip to the mound.
Here's the dilemma, and you have to cut off the tying run by bringing the infield in. But it also gives your offensive team and Logan Forsythe a much better opportunity to hit a ball through the drawn-in infield and win this game. They're actually going to play middle halfway for everybody but Seager, who's going to be all the way in.
So now it's Rodney and Forsythe. Logan just one at bat against him in his career. He's 0 for 1. And he bounces this one, rolls it foul. Strike 1. Well, DeJesus and Guyer have scored. Rays with 5 runs, 12 hits. Boy, how close Longoria came.
Hit the yellow railing. Hit it within a foot of winning this game.
way upstairs. And now it's 1-1. Jesus singled, Geyer singled, Butler hit by a pitch. The double by Longoria. 1-1 to count to Forsythe. Outside. It's 2-1.
Good take. That was the action pitch. The 1-1 changeup. Fernando wanted to chase. Logan wouldn't go for it.
Rays trying to mount a comeback. Popped up right side. Morrison under it, has a play. That's the first out. It's a big out right there for Rodney. Well, Tim Beckham is due, but as Drupal Cabrera has emerged from the dugout, and Cabrera has some good lifetime numbers against Fernando Rodney, hitting .294 with a double and a triple off him. So the Rays will pinch hit Cabrera.
Number 13, Asdrubal Cabrera.
Cabrera getting a chance to pinch hit, missing the last 2 games as a starter because of that groin injury. Got to think the contact play is going to be on, so anything on the ground, Butler's going to try and score as the infield comes in a little closer here with 1 out.
Well, they're going to walk Cabrera. This will load the bases. Elmore is due next. And they've gotten some action up in the bullpen with the intentional walk being issued. Joe Beimel, the lefty, is now throwing down the left field line.
Not sure if Cabrera is going to be able to stay in the game to run. They may have to go with Steven Souza, who can't hit, as the runner for the guy who is able to pinch hit who can't run.
So there's ball 4.
Oh, Souza's not coming in.
And Elmore will be the hitter. So the bases are loaded again. Sets up a double play possibility. And it also puts a little pressure on Rodney to throw a strike. Elmore has driven in 3 runs tonight. And there's the first pitch, a strike, a fastball.
Might have been a little bit inside, but a called strike. The Mariners playing for a double play in the middle of the infield, and the corners are in.
Cut and a miss. A couple fastballs. Rays loaded the bases with nobody out. Barely missed winning it on that shot to left by Longoria that went for a double. And a broken back ground ball down to third. Out at second and a wide to at first. Butler scores and the game is tied. Well, Seattle got what they were looking for, but the throw to first was wide and the Rays have tied it.
That should have been easily turned, and Robinson Cano absolutely spiked the throw. He gets a clean feed from Seager on the broken back ground ball. They come back in on Elmore and puts the ball in play, and he knows he has to hustle. But this is a perfect toss from Seager. No pressure from Cabrera, and an absolute spike and a wide throw. So even Morrison, who picked it, couldn't stay on the bag.
So the Rays got that tying run across the plate. And here is Kevin Kiermaier. 2 outs, men at first and third. The pitch down and in, and on that pitch, Elmore moves up to second. 1-0 the count. We're all even in the bottom of the ninth, 6-6. Ground ball second. Cano has it, and the throw to first retires the side. Rays send 8 men to the plate in the bottom of the ninth, and they tie the game 6-6. Inning, score 3 to tie this game 6-6. And what a comeback it was, started by the pinch hit single by David DeJesus.
That was well struck. We mentioned Rodney has given up runs this year with an ERA above 6. This was not well struck, but in a perfect spot. And that got the rally going. Brandon Guyer finding space in right field. Then after hitting Joey Butler to load the bases, Evan Longoria almost ended the game. I mean, that is as close as you can come to a ball game being over on a walk-off grand slam. Instead, the Rays scored 2 and would tie it when the Mariners were unable to turn this double play when Cano's throw was wide and short. That's how we get to the 10th.
I'll tell you, that was quite a play by Morrison to come up with that. The Rays tied it, and if he doesn't come up with that, the game could be over. Nelson Cruz leads off the 10th, takes the first pitch for a ball. Bobby Wilson now catching. Cabrera stays in to play short. And that's a strike. Cruz reached on Franklin's error in the 8th inning and scored on the grand slam. Ground ball to short. Cabrera dives, and the throw to first is not in time. And wouldn't you know it?
Unbelievable.
The first play in the 10th inning with Cabrera just in the game, hit to the Rays shortstop.
That is the last thing anybody in the Rays training room or dugout wanted to see. Cabrera testing a sore groin. You know, I was wondering if they're going to pinch run for him because he obviously has convinced them he could play. Your other option was to have DeJesus stay in the game and go to the outfield and bring Elmore into the middle infield, but they were convinced Cabby could go out there and play, and he gets tested right away.
So Nelson Cruz, with what amounts to an infield hit, leads off the 10th. And there he goes. The pitch and the throw down. He is out at second base. Cabrera takes the tag and puts it on him. How about that? Cruz reaching on the infield hit. And he is thrown out trying to steal second.
Bobby Wilson watching Rene Rivera from the dugout the last couple of nights, and he says, I can do the same myself. That is a nice peg by Wilson. Cruz looks back, and that may have cost him just a half step. Cruz wanted to linger to see if they would review that play, but he is definitely out.
So that's the first out here in the 10th. And he races the leadoff single. Seager. Pitch to him as a strike. So Nelson Cruz got his 1,000th career hit, the infield single, and was promptly caught stealing. Seager hits it deep to center field. Kiermaier's going to run out of room, and that one is gone. Kyle Seager, who hit the grand slam in the 8th inning, has hit a solo home run in the 10th. And the Mariners now lead 7-6. An 0-2 pitch, and Seager hits it out to dead center.
That's not where you want an 0-2 pitch. That was middle of the plate, belt high, and that's exactly what Seager did. Belted it. Kiermaier did everything he could, scaling the wall, but it was off the facade beyond the wall, and that was a bomb by Seager.
Here's Logan Morrison. 1 ball, no strikes. Boy, the turns this game has taken. One and one. Two and one. How about Seager? He hit the grand slam on the first pitch of the at bat in the 8th, and then in the 10th took a couple pitches for strikes, and on the next swing he hits a home run to center.
There's not a lot of guys that hit home runs off of either Jake McGee or Brad Boxberger. To get both of them in one game, you may never see that the rest of the season.
A fly ball short center. That's going to fall in. Kiermaier in to make the pickup. Logan Morrison is aboard.
This is a game, as you mentioned, the ebbs and flows back and forth, where both teams feel if we had made all the plays, we would have already won this game in 9 innings.
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly true for the Rays and now true for the Mariners.
With Cano not turning that double play, and then the grand slam after the botched double play by the Rays. And one of those games that tons of runs late after not a whole lot of scoring early.
Wellington Castillo. 1 ball, no strikes. Strike one, 1-1. It's the 5th career multi-home run game for Seager. And 6 runs batted in. That's a career high for him. He's driven in 6 of the 7 Seattle runs.
The reason the Rays were in first place on Memorial Day and now the day after Memorial Day is they have played very solid defense, especially on the infield, and their bullpen has been lights out. The last 2 nights they've seen some shaky defensive play on the infield, and the bullpen has not been lights out. Both Geltz and Gomes giving up runs in last night's game, and tonight McGee and Boxberger giving up runs. And these are guys through the year that have been absolutely locked down for Tampa Bay.
That is Strike 3 call to Castillo. He's caught looking for the second out of the inning.
Good fastball in the inner half. Ryan Gorman sees this, gets a part of the corner right over that pitch, and calls it a third strike.
That's Dustin Ackley getting his first at bat of the game. And he takes the pitch for a strike. Runner takes off, ball hit on the ground, picked up by Franklin to retire the side. But they get a run on the home run by Seager. It's 7-6 Seattle. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, the Rays in extra innings tonight. Coming into the bottom of the 10th, trailing by 1. And they will be facing the left-hander Joe Beimel, with Nick Franklin due to lead off, then Bobby Wilson, followed by Brandon Guyer.
They turn Franklin around here to hit right-handed, but Mark Lowe continues to throw in the Mariners bullpen, so this could be a one-batter situation for Beimel.
A little tapper right back to Beimel, and the underhanded toss, and Franklin is out on one pitch, with Bobby Wilson coming up. Well, the Rays in their third extra inning game, they lost to the Marlins 10-9 back on the 10th of April and beat the Yankees in 13 innings on the 29th of April 3-2. Bobby Wilson. And the pitch from Beimel is in there, a strike. His fastball averages around 86, and he throws that about 70% of the time. Got a slider and a changeup, and maybe a little curveball on occasion. So he's not going to overpower you. The count is now 1-1.
Against righties, almost all sinkers, throws an occasional four-seamer. And against the lefties, he throws that four-seamer more often.
Long one, but foul. Bobby Wilson had some good distance, but it was foul. Well, right now, Rodney and Boxberger are the pitchers of record, and Beimel's trying to save it if he makes the inning. And he got the first out on one pitch and is ahead 1-2 of Bobby Wilson. He has 4 career saves. The last one came in 2009. Two balls, 2 strikes. He's the 5th pitcher for Seattle. Rays have utilized 7. Down the left side, that's going to be foul down beyond the bullpen, and it moves Mark Lowe off the bullpen mound. Brandon Guyer on deck. And that's ball 3.
Wilson's never faced Beimel, but a good solid at bat here, having seen 7 pitches.
Three-two, and he strikes him out. 2 gone.
Laid off the 2-2 changeup. Doesn't lay off that changeup as it was breaking down and away. Good pitch.
So the Rays down to their final out. Brandon Guyer, who singled in the 9th and scored a run, trying to keep it going. And he looks at a strike. All game in the bottom of the 10th. The Rays picked themselves up and scored 3 in the 9th, descended into extra innings. 0-2. Kyle Seager hit a grand slam in the 8th on an 0-2 pitch in the top of the 10th. Hit one out to dead center. Brad Boxberger. And that's the difference right now. 2 strikes on Guyer. And he's out on strikes. And that will end this game. Rays out 1-2-3 in the 10th, and it's a tough night for the Rays as they drop this one to the Seattle Mariners after dropping the first game last night 4-1. They lose this one in 10 innings tonight. It's a 7-6 final. Rodney's going to get the win. He's 2-2. Beimel picks up the save. Boxberger, the losing pitcher, also 2-2. But 3 hours and 52 minutes to play it before 9,628. And the Seattle Mariners take the first 2 games of this 3-game series. For Todd Callis and the rest of our crew, this is Dwayne Stats. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast, if not the outcome. Rays against the Orioles on Friday night from Baltimore. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers, comes your way next. All part of the continuing coverage of Rays baseball on Sun Sports.